Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Spring 2023 season. This is day number 5, the final day, right here for phase number 1. Of course, you're joining us on the desk. It is myself, Crowns, and DK over on the opposite end.
Well, how are you doing today, Crowns?
Pretty well in yourself, DK.
Man, I'm feeling pumped. Once again, I'm feeling excited because I kind of feel like today is the day we've all been waiting for. It almost feels like
Mm.
everything we've done, at least for this first phase, has led up to this day.
Yeah, DK definitely has. And I mean, there's so much coming through in today's performances. We know we also have that beautiful additional day number 6, or match number 6, rather, that is going to be making its debut here. So the teams will have an opportunity to get into a little bit of that Vikendi action. But I think before we get anywhere deep into these things, of course, we need to take a look and just remind the viewers of what the format is, right? To just give a good idea as to where we are, where we're going, and what is yet to come.
Yeah, definitely. And we are currently in the league phases where we're going to be having 3 phases, 5 days every week. There's no more super weekends, just in case you loved that one. Guess what? There's no longer any super weekends where the top 16 teams now would advance straight to the finals. And just so you know, do not forget that all teams go into the finals with their head start based on their league performances. And DK, when we start to talk about the points, you know how it goes.
Oh, yes. So, yes, it is going to be a very, very sweaty play. But as we know, there are also then going to be ample opportunities for teams to not only secure them points, but also to bring in those additional bonus points. And at the end of today, we'll find out exactly how many bonus points our respective teams are going to be picking up, at least for their performance in this week. But speaking about the points themselves, let's take a look at a bit of a look and see what that point breakdown is. Right, we know that we've changed up the whole point system. Previously, it was 15 points for pole position. It has been changed rather over towards 10, and I cannot even English properly here today, but it's not a problem because if you land in between that 9th to 16th place, unfortunately, there are no placement points for you, but as we've said before, Grounds, you can definitely make up for that with the 1 point being awarded per elimination.
Yep, and now with this new point system, it shifts everything concerning, how the teams approach this game. Before normally we would say if a team is able to get about, 5 to 10 points per game, actually maybe 5 to 7 points per game, they would actually make it into that top 12 bubble. But this time it is looking like that bubble for the top 12 will be set around averaging about 10 points per game.
Yeah, and that is where we can see the teams then being able to capitalize on these bonus points. The maximum that they can get is going to be 80 points. But for the week, of course, that first place for the week's positioning is going to be worth 20 points. Then it trickles all the way down to only 1 point being awarded for 20th position. So the team's having to bring in quite a bit of work here today if they're looking to just establish themselves good on those overall rankings.
Yep, and the bonus points aren't as merciless. I like the fact that the bonus points just reduce one after the other, so from 20 to 19 to 18. But at the end of the day, remember, you don't get these bonus points every day. You only get these bonus points every week. So which means if you get 20 this week and next week you get 10, there's going to be a huge difference in that overall standings in terms of bonus points.
Yep, definitely is going to be quite a bit of a difference. But as we also they know, the teams are playing for their share of the prize pool. So let's take a quick look at the breakdown of that as we now move in. We know for the league stage, each team will be awarded $1,300 with the MVP picking up 1,000, and then of course the Vikendi rewards that we are going to be getting into in just a short moment is also then worth an additional $1,000. Our finals, that is where you want to get, right? That is where you get the biggest chunk, the biggest share of that prize pool.
Yep, you get to add an extra money to the money that you get from that league stage. So, which means I don't like to say this, but if you finish in 16th place, you're going with about $1,800, which is not too bad. But one thing I'm really focused on, DK, and I'm excited about it today, is that Vikendi rewards, which has got about $1,000 worth of prize pool just for the Vikendi games. I'm looking forward to seeing how that is going to go, or how the Vikendi games will turn out today.
Yep, it's going to be pretty spicy. We'll have a little bit of that Robin Hood action coming in with the crossbow eliminations. The look at my style, where we are going to be paying close attention to how these knockouts have been secured, right? Is it by pan? Is it by vehicle? Or as we've seen quite a bit of, is it going to be by utility? Then we also have the one-man army for the most eliminations secured as the last man standing. Our viewers' choice, where the community has a say. And then, of course, our focus on elimination. The player or the team with the most total eliminations.
Yeah, I would really love to see how that would turn out because we know a couple of these players are already gunning for that top elimination. Like I'm looking at that close fight or close run this week only with those players up there with the top eliminations. We're looking at the likes of Koa, Icy, all of them, even Zoxy, all three getting in and in. And you can tell that these guys are out here chasing these individual awards.
Well, there's going to be a little bit of that reward definitely on the table here. And I'm curious to see who are those 12 teams that are going to be making it in towards that very last match. We know only 12 teams will be able to participate in Vikendi, so the heat is going to be on. We've swapped out the Livik from the previous season, now heading over to a little bit of that frost coverage as we move over in towards Vikendi to see what the teams will do. Because speaking about all these things, we have to take a bit of a look at that calendar as well, right? To know what the kind of proceeding is, how we're going to progress through these different phases, and what is yet to come.
Yeah, and we've been emphasizing it that we're gonna have 3 weeks of the phases, and then we're gonna be having finals, which will span across 3 days, of which 6 games would be played across each day in the finals. But man, every phase has its own rest days, right? And now we're about to finish this first phase today, Sunday the 26th, which means tomorrow the teams get a day off before they resume in the second phase of the tournament. So we look forward to seeing how these teams will be able to close things out and what exactly they'll be bringing up to the tables going into the next phase.
Oh, I think Tuesday is going to be a very, very exciting day once we eventually get around to that point. But, of course, first things first, right? We need to get through our 5 matches here today. Our cherry on top game coming in at the very, very end. Then we get to see also where those bonus points are going to be going, where that distribution is going to be taking place. But also, today is the final day that we have our attending teams playing in their current group shuffle, the current group setup that they've got, right? Coming into next week is going to change up yet again. The teams will find themselves having to compete against different teams at different stages.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure there will be a couple of teams that will be happy about this group shuffle thingy that we've got. And I'm looking especially at Group C because we usually see Vampires and URUS go for that hot drop. And I'm pretty sure next week they'll be looking forward to not being in the same group. So that way it means there will be a couple of games where they wouldn't have to go for that hot drop. So yeah, I think I like that. And it kind of gives all these teams, challenges them to also adapt to the different shuffles that we've got.
Yeah, so as we know, it just adds on to the complexity, to the challenge, the level these teams need to compete at. And so far, we've seen a few rising stars come through from every respective group. But it's all going to come down to how these teams will be able to maintain that consistency again, moving into today's performances. And as we know, no stranger to these teams is going to be a little bit of a change up that we'll be having in those map rotations. And of course, we'll be taking a look at those a little bit later on as well.
Yeah, definitely things that would be changing up as you already know how today is going to be, but we'll go over that in a while. But that being said, I'm still looking at all of these teams and I'm looking forward to seeing a couple of them stand up and rise to the challenge because we know that top 12 is where pretty much everyone's eye is going to be because everybody wants that extra bit of bonus points. I mean, fine, you don't really get many points if you get to if you get to if you finish, in the top 20, but still you want to make sure you're making it to that top 12, get a little bit of bonus points. And maybe some of these teams that are not doing too well, Vikendi might just be the map where they might have that pop-off game.
Yeah, it could be. And if that is the kind of thinking that they're leaning towards, there's only one way to ensure that you make it into Vikendi. You have to step up and perform today to ensure that you get all the way up into that top 12. But also, we want to take this opportunity to just remind the viewers that the RP Month 21 is now available. So be sure to check the video to see the highlight moments of the Blaster Tank, the Dark Rain set, as well as the Graham High set. So let's take a look. Looks pretty exciting. I've been trying a little bit today to maybe try and push my rank on RP ever so slightly. Of course, it is quite difficult. It is challenging at best for me. So, but it is what it is. But of course, what is not difficult is giving a big shout out to our sponsor here, the Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner for the PUBG Mobile Pro League. So much respect going out to them, and of course, a big thank you for helping in making this event a possibility. But Grounds, we're getting ever closer to hopping into our very first game of the day, our very first match. And I think we need to see what those standings look like, right? To get an idea as to how much work these teams need to put in and who has the most work to try and do is essentially to get them into the kind of positioning they want to close off this first phase.
Yeah, I mean, we did see a couple of these teams show us what they've got yesterday, right? We saw it leading up to this point, right? And we were looking at teams like Titan Gaming, who were able to gather about 51 points going into yesterday's games alone, right? Which kind of like, is up there in the ranks. We saw a couple of other teams also rising up. So very soon we'll get those overall leaderboards up on the screen, and then you'd see exactly how well they've done. And we know exactly what these teams will be bringing into today's games.
Well, of course, as we can see, it is going to be Black Hand sitting right at the top of the log here with 144 points. Those three glorious winner chicken dinners coming in. But Titan Gaming definitely going to be keeping a very hot and heated seat behind them. Only 2 points separating these teams currently. Then, of course, another rising team that we've seen was also the players coming through from RUKH Esports, right? We did have a very strong representation from them in that first and second day, and slowly but steadily, they were able to kind of keep the pressure on, as we can see again, right? Only 7 points separating first from.
Yep, and it's very, very tight. The fight on the top of the leaderboards is very, very interesting to see. And this level of competition is something that I really want to see going into the different phases of the tournament. I mean, we saw Triple Esports showing us that they're not backing down from this race yesterday. And the same thing can be said about Wave and Greedy.
Yeah, yeah. Look at that. I mean, Greedy just holding strong, and I mean, they've definitely started to up, rather increase the level of performance across the respective days. And is that going to be an opportunity for them to continue forward? I mean, coming off the back of yesterday they were able to secure themselves a total of 36 points. I mean, the exact same kind of amount of points that Black Hand were able to secure. So that consistency is going to be absolutely essential if the teams are looking to advance a little bit further up. And of course, speaking about advancing up, we need to take a look at that second page to see who is potentially in the running to come knocking on this first page.
Yeah, and we kind of had this discussion about what teams would be breaching into that top 12 bubble. Currently, we see VISTA Gaming holding 12th position with 77 total points going to their name. But the Mind Weapon following just closely behind with only 4 points, just differentiating them from that top 12. So it's pretty much, in fact, you just need a decent game right now if you're currently in that top 16 to be able to make it into that top 12.
Yeah, so let's see who will be able to achieve that. And as you've already pointed out, there's definitely not a lot separating these teams situated on the second page. But of course, the more important page to look at is going to be that third and final page for our overall rankings to see who could also then maybe start moving up. We know we are sitting with 65 points at the bottom of the second page. So there's only 6 points for a team like RUKH to secure to make their way in. But they have to go over and above that, right? Because only 6, that will not suffice. They need to try and bring in so many more points to not only just get that entry into the second page, but get a good, secure holding.
Yeah, and this is what we're talking about. We do understand that many teams would like to hide a little bit of their strategies going into the early stages of the phase. But we're saying it, you cannot afford to be late bloomers at this stage, right? Because we saw yesterday, Rad had good games, but unfortunately, it just wasn't good enough to bump them away from this third page. So I'm looking forward to see if Rad would be able to show us that same consistency and that same resilience that he displayed yesterday going into today's games.
Yeah, I have to agree with you on that one. I mean, as we know, RUKH yesterday, they were able to secure themselves 25 points, 20 of which came through from elimination. So they're definitely not shy when it comes to getting aggressive. But now they need to be able to maintain that aggression into the later stages to be able to secure those decent placement points as well. So there are so many different things that we could be looking at here and hoping for the teams that it all just clicks into place, right? That is what we want to see. We want to see a very contentious play, and we've been having a big majority of that happening over the previous days, but it needs to continue, it needs to increase now moving into our last day for this first phase.
Yep, and when we start to talk about the last day, I know many of you are itching for this, so we're going to be showing you guys the map schedule as we're going to be having the games today. Today is going to be a different set of map rotation as we will be starting things off in Miramar. Then we'll be heading straight to Erangel, going back again to the sandy dunes of Miramar, then Sanhok, Erangel, and you know the vibes. The one game that we're waiting for, it's going to be Vikendi.
Oh, cannot wait to see what is going to come through. I mean, I hope Vikendi is ready because, these teams are going to be bringing in the heat. Even though it'll only be 12 of them, I mean, that is more than enough heat. But we don't know if Vikendi will be able to cope with it. But to start things off, as you said, rightly so, it is going to be all the action being brought in rather over on towards Miramar, and we're heading back to a little bit more of a balanced approach, right? We did have our Miramar heavy day yesterday. We had our Erangel heavy day, but to close it off, we bring the balance back in to see what consistency these teams can now look to pick up again.
Yeah, exactly. So now two Miramar, two Erangel, one Sanhok, one Vikendi. Beautiful balance that everybody would like. I'm pretty sure some of the teams out there in Group B will be a little bit happy that they would not have to play on that random map of Sanhok. But at the end of the day, we're gonna be looking at that the last games, right? Because we do know Group A would be sitting out of that last game, which means some people would be keeping their fingers crossed and chewing on their nails as they hope that some of those teams do not do so well to kick them out of that top 12 before they have to play that Vikendi game.
Well, there's only one way that they can ensure to get the job done is to play in a fantastic first 4 games. And of course, we know these teams are more than capable of doing exactly that. So I think it's going to be so exciting to see who will be who will be the team rather in the first game to step up, to rise to the occasion, and just unleash the beast along the way. Because especially moving into day number 5, right? That is where you can't hold back on anything. It's like that final stretch in the marathon just before you get to that finish line. It is in sight, but you're not quite there just yet. Just need to make that final mad dash. And I'm looking forward to seeing who will be these next few teams to step up and bring that extra little bit of excitement onto the battlefield.
Yeah, and I feel like today we'll be seeing a lot of individual abilities coming through from this team. I think we're going to see a lot of individual play. So many of these players really showcasing what they've got. Because, I mean, only from yesterday, we could tell that today is going to be one of those heavily individual games. But, we're going to be getting into today, seeing if these teams would prove me wrong, if they would have something different. But without further hoity-toity, ula balu, and no wasting of time, we'll be getting things started in the sandy dunes of Miramar.
Well, here we go. A decent flight path to start off the proceedings as we do see a few early disembarkers coming through, looking to get themselves situated. And of course, Triple are going to be the first ones looking to touch down in towards potentially Puerto. I guess to see what is going to come through from our remaining teams, right? Are they going to take a very spread out approach or stick to their guns and then look to shake things up as they push through that first rotation?
Yeah, we look forward to seeing that one. The play path does look to be somewhere in the middle, slicing that map in an horizontal manner, taking us all the way from that southeastern edge of the map straight up to the north. I've been looking for a playing path that would get through to the ruins area, and I'm glad to see that, actually the oasis area, and I'm glad to see that this playing path would be going towards that side. And I keep my eye out to see if there will be any team that will be going for that ballsy movement, doing a little bit of excursion around the oasis area of the map.
You want to see an escort around Oasis?
Mm-hmm.
Is okay, all right, sure. I don't know exactly how it's gonna work, but sure, let's go for it, right? Because it's so far away from the zone, so might as well give it a shot, see what happens, as we are gonna be pulling down towards these more southwestern sides. And it's interesting to see Titan actually taking a more northern starting point. Of course, they're going to be heading over in towards the trailer park, but I'm expecting them to rotate down from where they are going to be touching down, right? To repositioning themselves all the way back up in towards Val del Mar, because that's their home turf, right? That is the kind of position where they play the best and strongest position from.
Yeah, I really thought or I really would hope that they're able to make that one. It doesn't look like the rotation might be too much hard for them. Well, I think Titan is probably one of those teams that might want to go for that long southern rotation, probably started off early. So it's kind of like they're starting as default team. And look at the statistics that they presented. Miramar.
Yeah, it is looking pretty good. It is looking pretty healthy. I mean, 8.33 average eliminations. That's decent. I mean, even the equivalent of about 15 eliminations worth of damage that they can deal. So they've now set the bar for themselves. They've set their standard, but are they going to be able to meet that quota moving through the proceedings here? Only time will tell. But it does seem like they've got a very comfortable and relatively easy rotational pathway all the way down towards that Val del Mar, potentially Minas del Sur.
Yeah, and just like I said, I wouldn't be surprised if I see them going for that early southern rotation in order to just get things started like they would normally. And that is something that we can already see them embarking on. So I'm glad to see the Titans realizing that this could be an easy game for them if they're able to make it all the way to Valley de Mar.
Want to see will it be on the cards. Triple, meanwhile, also having a nice bit of tranquility down in towards Puerto. We see Kimo that is going to be looking to rejoin back to the rest of the squad here. But also Triple, one of those teams that we want to see what they are going to be bringing to the table. I mean, we know with Old Boy and Icy in the mix, definitely does make for quite a formidable force. But now I want to see Triple in full swing, right? I want to see them just bringing in a full-on triple flex.
Yep, I really want to say maybe a quadruple flex coming through from all the players on that team. But yeah, we do see Icy and Old Boy. Those guys actually do a lot of work, man, and they're putting up the numbers up board. And RUKH Esports, I have my eyes. I know yesterday I said I wanted to see CRYPTICS, but I think for today or this first game, I'm gonna keep my eye out on RUKH Esports and for the whole day. We did see a decline-ish from them yesterday. I'm looking forward to seeing if they can get back on track going into today's games.
Yeah, there's only one way to get that done, and that's to get down and dirty and work really, really hard. But yeah, one of our Group A teams here, CRYPTICS, just going about their business. Another Group A team that I'm going to be looking at today is also going to be MEA Esports, right? We've been talking about them for the past few days, but we want to see at which point they're going to have that opportune angle or play happen for them, where they just get the points and everything just falls into place.
Yeah, we're talking about Moe Sports being one of those teams that haven't really adapted to the play style in the lobby. We do see them going out in funny manners, and sometimes it's just very painful to watch. And I really hope that this is just a first phase thing for them, because there's many times that we've seen some of these teams who don't really perform their best on the first phase. Maybe they're just late bloomers into the tournament in total, or sorry, in general. But I really hope that Moe Sports would be able to come up with that consistency, and hopefully they even start today.
Yeah, let's just say that they are just late bloomers. That's it, and that would be enough motivation for them to step up and either prove us right or go over and above and beyond and prove us completely wrong. But either which way, I'm excited to see what they will bring. Meanwhile, there is a little bit of the dissolvement happening into this Los Leones positioning, right? We know that Blackjack, they've dropped near here as well, alongside Wave and, of course, Arab, as we just had. But Blackjack already starting to get a little bit more proactive, starting to disengage, looking for a nice bit of a setup, moving closer towards that center zone. Because two of the previous Miramars, there was quite a bit of an upset with them. And then, of course, a little bit of opposition coming through, deciding who's going to be the team to take that winner chicken dinner.
Yeah, and I think that is one thing that comes through from the fact that they understand the importance of rotating early out of some city positions, right? Los Leones being that very big city, it can hold at least 3 teams in it. And Blackjack Esports being that team that is like, you know what, this early engagement, we're not going to find ourselves partaking in it. They kind of get out of there really early. To an extent, I feel like that sometimes prevents them from getting elims, because we saw yesterday, by the time they left Los Leones, we saw that fight go on through between vampires, and yeah, I think, yeah, it was vampires out there. And I feel like if they were still in the vicinity there, that could have been some sweet third-party points that they could have picked up there.
But I think it's always about finding that balance, right? Having the rotating out at the exact moment that you are supposed to rotate, right? Because if you stay a little bit too long, things get well, things turn out in a way that you have not necessarily intended for them to turn out, right? That you could be taken down in a bit of a third party. But as you said now, if you rotate out a little bit early, you miss out on an opportunity where you could have been the culprit who locked in a few of those third party sprays.
Yeah, especially when that position happens to be somewhere in the center of the circle. You know, yesterday we saw that circle go all the way towards that southeastern side, which was placing Los Leones at least in the center for quite a number of zones. So I'd have expected that, you know, they probably stayed outside to get a little bit of third party action involved. But man, when we talk about like rotations, I'm also going to be looking at CRYPTICS today. We've seen them not succeed when they go for that eastern rotation type of thing from Chumacera. So I hope today they would be able to get their rotations in play.
Well, I mean, so far things are looking good. We do see them situated more towards the western side, so that already is a good bit of a change up. But speaking about change ups, it is going to be timeout now, trying to reach over in towards the side of Vista. And Mozaro coming through with a very interesting off-angle flank. Oh, and up comes that M249. The shots connect, and that is Mido getting picked on up. A great start coming through for Vista.
Yep, and I'm going to say it again, he's hanging upside down. And anyway, timeouts looking to start this engagement, but now they are on the losing end as we do see the isolation play coming through up onto Desha, but the DBS in Miramar, not something you see too often. He's going to use it to get down one of the players. Abdullah with the return fire. Would be good to get one, but not two, as he would eventually get dropped by Abod.
Oh, but Abud not going to be giving up just yet, trying to decide whether or not they want to rest their teammate up. Hazard on the meanwhile, not going to be wasting a single moment as they just push on forward. And now picking up 2 easy claps. But we still have Desha up on the ridge now, just holding up alongside it. But that nade is so on point. And now the pressure turns to Hazard, whether or not they'll be able to avenge their teammates and maybe still try and get the clutch out. But Mazzaro, as we know, is going to be a very formidable opponent.
Yep, we've been waiting for this man to cook. We've been waiting for him to pull up, and I'm very glad to see that Mazzaro now is awakening that beast that we know him to be. Already getting a couple of eliminations, trying to even the tides a little bit for his team, but they're already on the disadvantage, losing 2 players, and the revives are coming through on the side here of timeout.
Ooh, here we go. Timeout now starting to build up. Trying to bounce back already. Now it is going to be Mazzaro to get confirmed up as Marshall comes through with a little bit of that third-party action. And this just shows you how risky things can be over on Miramar. Even the players there from Mo Esports looking to get a slice of the action. But it is looking pretty grim now as well, still timeout. Trying to ride the storm. But not out of the woods just yet. And this is an opportunity for Vista. Oh, to get back on their feet as the nade reaches in. And that is Mo Esports sending them packing.
Yeah, I'm heaving a sigh of relief right now, seeing the fact that Mo Esports would actually proactively third-party that fight. Normally, we would see them go away from there, play it a little bit strategically. But I'm seeing the fact that right now they've decided to prioritize a little bit of those eliminations, and they're already getting some of it. But little do they know that the fight is not done quite yet. There is still one more solo player from the side of Vista Gaming hanging just around, and Bom Bom would realize that in a very bad manner.
Yeah, very unfortunate to see Bum Bum now getting taken on down. A little bit of a bummer, if you ask me. But here we go now. As Misk comes under fire, Hansley looking to avenge their teammate. But still a very kind of spread out position being held here by Mo Esports. I mean, they are currently sitting in a bit of a 2-1 positioning. But I think that this engagement just falling back into safety is a very good call. But now it is going to be RUKH and the players from Black Hand getting into a bit of an altercation all the way up in towards the northern edge of zone. And this is where we saw one of our previous Miramars actually close up with a very similar loadout of teams fighting in this exact area.
Yep, and we have actually seen this team go at it quite a while. We saw them in the last Erangel yesterday going at it, which it cost both teams. I feel like right now both teams should just come to a conclusion that, you know what, we'll try not to fight ourselves because it always ends up in a very drastic result. But anyway, RUKH Esports would be able to get at least 1 revive back up, but they'll still be down to 3 as Black Hand still looking to have that advantage in numbers.
And the zone is going to be bringing in just a slow, steady shift, just moving ever so slightly down south, but also leaning towards the eastern side. So if you're a team like Lag or Arab Golden, for instance, I think that is going to be some great initiative to just try and strengthen your positioning here. But in the meanwhile, it's going to be Eugene finding Koa out in the open. Now comes the rush. Black Hand look to rush on forward, tightening their grip. It is Redox with a beautiful flank coming through. But will that now work out the way that they intended as they start to encircle the players here from RUKH Esports?
Yeah, and you can see RUKH Esports also doing the same thing, right? As you're getting flanked, they're flanking you too, right? So it's a situation of Black Hand is trying to get a flank, RUKH Esports is also trying to get a flank. Right now, they do go for a little bit of a split, which does look like they will be retreating from this fight. A smart choice coming through from the side of RUKH Esports because they realize that instead of going into this fight with such a disadvantage, they could still battle it a little bit for some of those placement points.
Well, they have to make those calls at some point, and now also we do see the players here from RUKH looking a little bit worse for wear. The shots have been dealt. RUKH having that knock in, still holding on to a full 4-piece. CRYPTICS, on the other hand, I mean, they've been reduced down to 3, but they have some very strong pushers coming through on their side. And I mean, Senke pretty isolated, at least for the time being. So I'm curious to see at what point, or if any point, in fact, El Chapo and Lazy Boy are going to be returning in this direction. It does seem like they are instead focusing on a more southern rotation.
Yeah, and at this point now I'm getting confused, right? Senke is all the way to the west. The rest of the team is all the way to the south. And it doesn't look like any one of them will be getting condensed at any time, which means isolation plays would be happening real soon. I'm can already see on the field feed, El Chapo already getting taken down, right? So now this idea of CRYPTICS left with just one more player, which is going to be Senke. At this point, I'm beginning to question the decision making coming through, especially on the map of Miramar.
Yeah, that is, I'm not quite sure what tactic they were going for, if any at all, but as we know, they've been reduced to only 1. Meanwhile, RUKH and Black Hand still continuing on with the onslaught, but of course it is going to be Smash Team also now venturing into the mix. They also have heard the shots, they want to get a little bit of the action here, and it's going to be Ban and Rolex now moving up onto the front line, but this could change up the whole proceeding, especially now for Black Hand.
Yeah, definitely. As we can already see shots coming through from Pusher up onto the side of Black Hand. Looks like Black Hand do not want to give up on this push coming through onto the side of RUKH Esports. Looking to go for that isolating play. You've got to enjoy that flank coming through from Plaza, but Koa out there in the 1v1 exchange of grenades with Koa's HP. Yankee down to a very low bar, but he's not going to stop the push and the intensity as he waits for the rest of the team to form up before he goes for that push.
But again, we see some very interesting plays coming through from from players. I mean, RUKH also taking a very spread out approach. We got Pusher on the front line. They do secure the knock onto Koa, but Black Hand, they've got the reinforcements there. They are able to just strengthen the current holding that they've got here and maybe get a little bit of an upper hand, but it's going to be Pusher now doing exactly as their name suggests, and they are going to come rushing straight on forward, quickly managing to patch up that health bar, just ducking this way, and that finds the angle on towards Storm, and this is where things now start to look a little bit troubling, because Redox and Plaza, I don't know if they are aware of where Pusher is.
Yeah, I don't think they are. They're down to 2 players, and this idea of Black Hand getting this one totally wrong as the stairs will now begin to come through one after the other. Koa would be down, and Black Hand not quite holding this one as well as they would have wanted. But you've got to give props to this idea of RUKH Esports holding up as a team, and one would think they're a full squad. These guys just keep showing us day by day that they are a very strong opponent.
Yeah, I would have thought initially that Bronsberg's off-angle positioning is going to be a little bit tough to play from, but it does seem like there's quite a bit of that cover fire and quite a bit of suppressive fire also being dealt from that current positioning, and this allows now for Pusher rather, to get themselves out of that heated situation and commit to a more zone-focused positioning. But again, a big brain strat coming through here from RUKH. Meanwhile, it is going to be the end of the road as CRYPTICS fall to Blackjack, but now Black Hand, they also still need to push forward.
Yep, and I feel like right now, give up on that push, give up on that chase onto the side of RUKH Esports, because right now you can tell that RUKH Esports is like, we do not want to fight you, just allow us rotate, right? And the instance when Black Hand gets close to them, they take out one player and then continue up on their rotation again. But anyway, it's a question of how well can these two teams play with their numbers already being reduced at this stage of the game.
Yep, that is going to be an interesting one to see. But for now, if we look closer in towards that center zone, a little bit more on the southern edge, we do see the players here from Titan now just kind of spreading themselves throughout these compounds. But Gaddafi way up high. This is such a beautiful vantage point to play from and allow for quite a bit of that information gathering to come through. But now we got to see Wave utilize this positioning, right? It's one thing to have the angle, but now you got to use the angle.
And this is the very interesting thing about Los Leones because of all of these store structures that are in that city. But anyway, left to me, if I'm Titans, I would get out of here, but at the same time, I understand why they wouldn't because I mean, nobody's really sure if it's going to be a city finish or if it's not going to be a city finish just quite yet. So we're going to be looking and keeping a close eye on them. I'm keeping an eye out on the side of Tripoli Sports out on the east. They do seem to be holding a very interesting split, which I like, and I want to see how that will play out for them.
Yeah, I mean, I'm right on board there with you. But of course, now speaking about splits, right? Lag definitely not going to be taking a split. URUS also a very condensed positioning as Blackhand now just start trickling on through back in towards that zone. But we can see center zone. It seems to be the play for that territory is more or less like just kind of keep to your positioning. We can see Smash, Lag, URUS very, very close and congested. But over on the western side, it is going to be Vampires now running into a little bit of that blackjack action as they just wipe them off of the desert. And the zone now takes a bit of a swing in favor of Lag.
Not just in favor of Lag, also in favor of Triple Esports because these two teams have very strong positions into this next circle, and everybody out there in Los Leones needs to get out of there. I love the pickings that I'm seeing coming through from the side of Vampires, seeing that they're picking up the points one after the other as they make their rotation into the circle. That is the type of edge gameplay that I like to see.
Well, let's see. Are they going to be living on the edge, or will they just look to just rush on forward with these performances here? I mean, Vampire already sitting on those 4 eliminations, which is just 3 less than what they had for the totality of yesterday. So again, another team that I want to see a bit of a increase in that push come through, right? Are they going to be able to maintain and build rather a strong consistency to play out for the remainder of the day? Meanwhile, back on that southern edge, it's going to be Raad and Wave still making their way through Los Leones.
Yeah, and we pointed this out yesterday. Getting into Los Leones is a problem. Another problem from Los Leones is getting out of Los Leones, and I think that is definitely the threats coming through from the side here of Raad Wave Esports, as they would have to make it out of Los Leones, and not just anyway, they have to fight off against the gatekeepers, who are none other but Titan Game.
Ooh, and of course, speaking about gatekeepers, it is going to be Triple now just looking to gatekeep on towards Black Hand and the players from RUKH. But up comes the knock as Old Boy gets taken on down. But a slow, steady advance coming through from Black Hand. We can see Storm and Red Ox on the front line. Plaza just hanging back on the edge. But he's going to be applying quite a bit of pressure on towards Bronsberg as well there for RUKH. But as we've seen these solos, they prove to be quite capable regardless of what hand they dealt. And speaking about hands, Vampire also now getting picked up.
Yep, the gatekeepers just got gate kept, and we do know one team that has shown so far that they know how to gatekeep. It is Smash team holding it up on that western edge, able to gatekeep the side here of Vampire, sending them back into the early lobby. Vampire is only able to gather 4 points again in this match. Definitely not good for them going into these games today.
Well, I mean, 4 points still better than none, but here we go. Old Boy has been brought back as they are now just prepping for a little bit of a tease here on towards Black Hand, but Thorner having the opportunity to reach across, and that is exactly what we see. But instead, the positioning will not continue as Icy was actually the one to get that knock in, but Old Boy getting ready for the action as they do push on up. Storm just waiting across that ridge line. We've not seen much coming through from the side of Plaza, but look at the placement of that nade.
Definitely nice. That is nice to see, but I don't know about the thirst. The players there from Triple do look to be playing very nice cover fire with the angles that they're holding so far. And that's that. You see that predictions coming through? I understand it because Triple Esports looking very strong with the amount of control that they have on this eastern side of the circle.
Yeah, there's no point to argue. Triple definitely looking really, really strong here, but it is going to make it just that extra little bit more challenging now for Black Hand to get a good footing as they try relentlessly to gain a bit of ground, maybe find a bit of an entry point. But of course, as we know, that zone has also then just shifted a little bit further down to that center area. And again, Triple in a position where they can look to just find an angle and utilize it to in their favor, rather. Black Hand, I mean, not being dealt the worst hand here.
Yeah, I mean, they're still holding up quite nicely on that north, but now here comes the tricky part because they need to cross that road. And crossing that road is where the problem would be. But things that need to cross, or speaking about crossing, moving the side here of Wave Esports, they're able to maneuver around the side here of Titans, get a knock, up onto the Titans, and that thirst might just be coming through real soon. And I'm impressed to see how they've made it into that, or closer to that next circle.
Yeah, Wave definitely looking to prove a point here, but of course Titans looking to bounce back, but one knock denies them that opportunity as the shots come straight on through, and Petrox, the rest of the players here from Wave, are going to be keeping a very, very tight angle now on Titan as they have been reduced to potentially 2 players. Of course, the res is about to come in there. Teak now just managing to get themselves situated a little bit further in towards the zone itself, but not the best place to be because there's still quite a few players lurking in the vicinity.
Yep, a couple of players around that area. We're talking Arab Golden, we're talking Triple Esports, and even to an extent, Lag Esports has a little bit of an idea about what is going on the southern side of the circle. I'm pretty sure they hear all of these shots as they're all just right within render distance, and that high ground advantage that Lag Esports has would be very paramount to them going into the late game.
Yeah, it's going to be quite difficult to get lag off of that point, especially if the zone rather continues to play in their favor. But here we go, Titans now looking to make a break as they just disengage. They move forward, but they find themselves not out of the pressure cooker just yet because Triple rather just waiting on the other edge of that ridge line. And this could be a great opening for even more chaos to erupt, especially on this eastern side. But I mean, Titans Triple, the only 2 teams currently situated on the east. The rest of the lobby are all over towards that western side.
Yeah, and that just means that if these teams are able to get rid of themselves, like whichever one of these teams on the East is able to emerge king of the East, they could eventually even emerge as king of the games, because that is so much space that they have to work with out there on that eastern edge.
Quite a bit of breathing room that they've got at their disposal here, but are they going to be able to capitalize and utilize it properly, as we already see that first knock being dealt up in towards A9Q, but Knight is not going to be all too phased. They've got an angle down on towards RUKH. They've got a very similar angle down on towards Smash, and now they're just going to keep that, that aim absolutely locked in as the shots fly up. But, I mean, Smash quickly just retreating back into the hardcover.
Yep, because that is all they can do. Again, tries to run in the lobby, but he's going to get felled as Knight would down him. And this is what we're talking about, that advantage that the side of Lag Esports, as they're using it to their advantage very beautifully. Already gathering a couple of eliminations, and I'm pretty sure there will be more to come in terms of eliminations once these other players begin to make their exits from lobby.
Oh, but Escanor being such a problem there. I mean, the shots are just connecting up yet again. The zone is going to be moving as well, but this will apply that extra additional pressure onto the players here from Arab, as Rugal need to try and get the rest secured. You still have Ghazi just hanging around in that beautiful dumpster here. But Lag now sitting absolutely phenomenally on that hilltop, looking to see what they can spot. And again, now they have a bit of a gatekeep opportunity.
And they will continue gatekeeping who were once the gatekeepers. We do look at Smash Team trying to find a breach onto that position there from the side of Lag Esports. A couple of knocks will be coming through from their side, but will not just be enough. These heals are so tricky and it is hard to play. And we can see Lag Esports, even despite having that advantage, trying so hard to not overextend, trying not to get knocked carelessly.
Oh, but here we go now. Utilities getting sent out. Titan trying to alleviate a little bit of this pressure coming through from Wave. It is only a 3-piece from Wave. A very even match going up against the Titans here. The Titans not having a secure footing themselves. The blue zone is going to be applying that pressure, forcing the hand here for Wave as they look to push out, and that is Gaddafi getting spotted. Petrox falling to the zone, and one knock, having to do what they can to bring in the continuity here for Wave, but it is Titans now just looking to clear up everything as they do find Wave and send them right on back.
Very surprised as to how Lag Esports was not able to get any of those elims, but it looked like they did have more fish to fry as the side of Smash Team also start to make their way up the top of the hill. Smash Team able to get a knock, giving them that advantage to move up, but it gets way tricky when you have to move up this hill without any vehicles. That is the struggle that all of these teams that are on the bottom of the hill face right now.
Ooh, look at that nade though. I mean, that was absolutely insane, just falling down towards Rolex there, but this is where Lag now finds themselves in a very sticky spot. They need to try and get off of this high ground, but Smash will be waiting in the wing for RUKH to make them play, and down they go. Just dealing that devastation, and down to the 5 teams we are. Now 18 players remain.
Yep, and if I were to be Smash team here, and I feel like that is something they're already getting to realize, that at this point, maybe moving any further into the circle would be a problem. Try to focus on waiting for that next zone shifts and trying to see just how much eliminations you can pick up on the edges before you start to make that advance into the next circle.
Well, let's see whether or not they're going to look to play it that way. Meanwhile, we've not been seeing a whole lot come through from Triple. I mean, in the meanwhile, they've actually taken down the players from Black Hand, so they've already been able to crew themselves those 5 eliminations. But here we go, Titans not out of the mix just yet, as they now start to focus over to Lag, getting the knock in on A9Q and really making Lag now having to struggle and find a way to get themselves just that ever little bit closer into this next zone.
And we all know what happens when we allow the Titans get that space and get that momentum. They go Super Saiyan. And we already see them doing some of the work. 4 eliminations already to their name. And it's only a matter of time before they start to take out. And you can see the analysis coming through from them, analyzing what is going on that eastern edge, trying to see the third-party angles just before they go. And I think they know that there's still one team that is on the bottom, being Smash team, that they have to take out before they push up onto Live.
Let's see whether or not they'll be able to find this play, though. Titans just so relentless on the edge there, but that zone is going to be closing forward. It's going to be pushing the hand now of URUS as they have to advance unless they want to get caught out in that blue zone. But it puts them in such a vulnerable position as we've seen these nades just rain down from up top. And Mexico with a beautiful angle on towards Ramsey, not able to drive it through. And Teak now also getting traded down as Smash and Rauf both look to just blaze their way back in towards the zone.
Accuracy is the name of the game. That is what we're seeing right now. Axa has got that accuracy and is able to get down one of the players there from Smash Team. But they will not be able to grab a revive, which means the push has to continue. Black Lost up more to the south. Doesn't have the high ground advantage. Only a matter of time as the nades are excellent. Blows Rolex out into that blue zone as the players there from Smash Team will be left with 1. Here comes Lag for the third party.
Oh, but this is not looking great for Smash, rather, as they now are solely reliant on one player trying to get themselves out of a very sticky spot, and it's down to that 9th stage. So there's no more zone closures. It is only blue zone that is going to be rushing and pushing onto these players as Axa then gets traded on down. T quickly trying to bring in a bit of a helping hand. Firstly, trying to set up a little bit of that suppression here. For Triple, they're not going to wait in Toro. Instead, they're going to be applying all the pressure they can find. Sending utilities out does overreach a little bit.
No.
But this is the opportunity now. Titans maybe could pull off a very sneaky quick raise here, but the sprays are in, and that is Triple just absolutely demolishing them. Now turning their focus on towards URUS and potentially even the side of Lag.
Yep, and you can see them taking 2 fights at the same time, focusing on the side there of URUS, also focusing on the side there of Lag. Triple Esports down to 3. Lag Esports, same thing can be said, as Rauf from URUS would get eliminated. Lag Esports looking to capitalize on this advantage, but the shots from Escano will not quite connect. Timo on the flank would find him. A9Q with the DBS not enough, would get felled, and now it's down to the 1v2, which is not enough, as Triple Esports would get that first win of the day.
Well, Triple Esports just read that one so phenomenally, stepping up and with that managing to lock in our very first winner chicken dinner right here. And what a performance that was coming through from them. I mean, Triple, they were quiet for quite a bit of time, right? They were just lurking in the wing, just patiently waiting to see. And then they chose to strike. We did see a phenomenal chicken dinner come through from them just yesterday. But today, I think they've set the bar even higher.
Yep, we told you guys. Triple Esports have been gradually getting better and adapting to this lobby. Yesterday, they closed the day with a winner chicken dinner. We can call this a back-to-back because they're already coming into today's first game and they're getting that winner chicken dinner. And you can just tell that from here on out, it's probably just going to be up the tables for the side of Triple Esports. 13 ALMs and a chicken dinner. You just love to see it.
Yeah, I just love it when these teams start hitting those double-digit figure eliminations and they now lock in that winner chicken dinner alongside it. Because, I mean, as we were talking about it yesterday, right, that is not something that we've really seen happen just yet. But as we know, CRYPTICS stepped in yesterday looking to break that, and what a mold it is that they broke. But of course, let's take a quick look at a few of the highlights from this past match. I mean, just an absolutely insane bit of action coming through right there on Miramar. But of course, it is that time where we need to take a bit of a look and see how many points the teams were able to accrue on this very first game. We saw quite a few heavy hands being dealt here, right? Quite a bit of aggression being mounted. And of course, as we know, Triple, they got themselves that glorious winner chicken dinner. But how did the rest of the teams do, right? How many points were they able to secure?
Yeah, and we saw a couple of teams gathering those eliminations. I'm talking Wave Esports. We saw them gather 6 eliminations going into that game. Same thing can be said about Smash Team, able to gather eliminations on that western side. And pretty much most of the teams that found themselves on that west and the southern side are the ones that were able to grab themselves so much eliminations going into this game.
Yeah, and a healthy dose of eliminations definitely going to make you feel quite confident, especially moving into the remaining games. But it's great to see that we've got 4 teams hitting it up with those double figures for their overall points of this match. But also, as you pointed out, right, Wave coming through with the 6 eliminations, definitely being able to capitalize on that, picking up that grand total of 7 points for this game. So regardless of their placement, he was still able to bring it in. But URUS, you know, not having a single opportunity at picking up a bit of a trade, at least walking away with that, 5 placement points being awarded to them.
Yeah, not getting any of the eliminations, and we've been saying it. Whether you do better in these games, if you do not have eliminations to back it up, it's not the best of performances. But DK, look at this. Nobody goes to the donut shop today.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The doors are closed for now. Not a single crumb has been dropped anywhere. The teams all stepping up, locking in those points. And of course, I mean, this is a healthy start to the day. But again, we want to see this consistency look to build up, right? I mean, Mo Esports locking in those 2 points, but we want to see more, right? Make it onto that first page and do it confidently so.
Yep, I really hope that more esports will find their stand. We already see them getting better and better. And I say this because the first time we saw them on day 3, they were not quite doing well in terms of the eliminations. We were saying it like they were able to get themselves some of those good positions, but when it got to getting those eliminations, that is where they began to do bad. But now we're already seeing them gathering a couple of eliminations, which means that adaptation is coming through for that team. And I'm looking forward to see just how much they'll be able to adapt because the time is ticking.
Yes, the time is definitely ticking. And of course, speaking about time that's ticking, we are going to be hopping into a quick break while we get ready for our game number 2. So be sure to stay tuned, and we'll see you right back in a short few moments.
Your order is here.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Spring 2023 season. The first match has already concluded, with the players there from Triple Esports stepping up and claiming a very glorious winner chicken dinner. But as we know, we are making our way over on towards the bread and butter of PUBG. Game number 2 is going to be over on Erangel. But before we get there, of course, we need to give a big shout out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues. So mad respect going out to them. But of course, speaking about mad respect, Crowns, it's
Mm.
Erangel, right? It is that time, it is that opportunity now for the teams to come in with a little bit of a flex.
Yep, a huge flex because Erangel is that map that everybody knows. So you want to see just how much knowledge these teams can show out here on Erangel. And man, rookie sports, I'm keeping my eye out on you going into this Erangel game.
You answered the question even before I was, even before I asked it. So yeah, I guess so. You're gonna be keeping an eye on RUKH. Do you think they're gonna be the team to pick up the winner chicken dinner?
Not quite, but I just want to
Yeah.
see the rookie sports I saw 2 days ago. Right? I
Okay.
like I said, it almost feels like they're going on a steady decline, and I'm not liking it,
Mm.
right? I want to see that rookie sports that their bad game was securing at least 5 eliminations in a game. Right. So right now we're not really seeing that from rookie sports, and I think they have what it takes in them, and I don't want to see them keep trickling down that leaderboard.
Okay. Oh, I mean, a fair enough point to make on that one. I think if I had to pick one, I would probably go with, I think either TEAMLAG or the Virtual Gaming Squad. I think those are the two teams that I want to see. Also, just step it up a little bit right here over on towards Erangel because why not? It'd be a great opportunity for them to bring that extra little bit of spice out on towards the battlefield. What are we thinking when it comes to with regards to the flight path, right? Where do we want to see it go? Up north, south, center, straight, where?
Center, then Western zone. Right, I would like to see a
Ooh.
Gatka zone right now. One of those zones that
Oh,
challenges. And
yes.
and reason why I want this is because we got a glimpse of what a open field finish would feel like in this
Mm,
lobby. Right, we saw that yesterday on that military island finish where everyone had to be on the floor. We saw Wavy Sports going up against Greedy, right, and that
mm.
kind of intensity is really what we live for out here in Erangel. So I really hope we can get to see that one in this Erangel game.
Well, let's find out what it will be. We are going to be moving in. It does seem like we are pulling in from the western side. And it looks to go pretty straight, so we might have a relatively centralized flight path here. Maybe leaning a little bit more towards the southern side, but not too crazy altogether. But yeah, I have to agree with you. A Gatka finish could be quite interesting. I want to see it finish right over on towards chopsticks. Right, that's where I want to see it go in that particular region, either there or Everest. I think that is going to make for a very exciting finish. But meanwhile, we'll have to wait as the teams start to disembark and look to get themselves situated and positioned over in towards well, this Erangel.
Yep, everyone already going for the jump. I would like to see a couple of teams still go down to that military base because why not? I see this idea of timeouts deciding not to go for that ridiculous splits that we saw them go through yesterday, which I'm glad to see because that part, they had 4 players go for a split on that western side of the military base. And we all know that is definitely not enough loot for all of these teams. So, or for
Mm.
any of this team. So seeing that now they've gone for that 2-2 split, 2 players on the military island, 2 players at the ferry pier. We know that this time they will be adequately looted up in order to get ready for the rest of the game.
Yeah, and as we know, the loot is going to be super important. So, well, you said center flight path with a western zone.
Hmm.
We had a pretty close to center flight path, but we do have a western zone, so good call on that one.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if the teams are going to thank you for that, or maybe not so much. But either which way, we get to see what they're going to be bringing through. I love the fact that, based on the past few southern zones that we've had,
Mm-hmm.
that we do have teams now just dropping there just in case the zone
Mm-hmm.
does decide to move in that direction.
Yeah, before we'd usually see an isolated military island, but right now it's good that they're showing the military island some love, which I'm pretty sure the military island would appreciate right now. So that being said, I'm enjoying that coming through. I'm looking at more esports, and maybe I'll stop shining so much light on them. Maybe I'm the one jinxing them. But I'm looking at more esports right now. I really would have expected a different drop pattern coming through from them, especially given that they would usually get caught up in between URUS and the side of the world of battle every single time. So I feel like there's a
Mm.
couple of places on the map that are not really occupied that they could have opted for. So I'd really like to see them opt for those places rather than continue to land and putting themselves in an instant sandwich at the beginning of every game.
Yeah, because I mean there are different strategies to play these matches, right? You can either look to take a very aggressive start to it or play it a little bit more calculated and reserved, at least for those beginning stages. And I have to agree with you. I think for Mo Esports, the more ideal approach here would be to take a more reserved approach, right? Get yourself set up for those later stages. Try to avoid a few altercations in the early phases because that we not only will it open up opportunity for a few potential eliminations, but it also just strengthens the opportunity to get even more placement points.
Yeah, because I mean, we see them yesterday. They started the fight with the World of Battle, and just in between that fight, we saw the side there of URUS come through, grab a couple of eliminations there from them. I think there was even a time we saw VISTA also coming to sweep a little bit of elimination. And just right now, I'm not even done talking. We already have Bomb Bomb finding himself in a potential 1v4 situation.
Yeah, and it's a very spread out approach that they're taking here. We got Bum Bum and Hate now holding up on towards the Sunken City. I mean, we got Paradox all the way over towards Pachinki and Hainsley almost in Gatka. So that is a very, very wide spread. And I'm not quite sure what it is that they're going to be trying to play out here. But Mohammed just doing a little bit of due diligence up in the window. They've heard footsteps. They know that there is going to be someone not too far away. Oh, but quick reaction coming through as Bum Bum. Oh, gets the hit, but then gets instantly punished for being there.
Yeah, and well-deserved punishment, not gonna lie. I'm looking at the way the side there of Mo Esports have landed, and I would only expect this type of splits coming through when you know that there is a hot drop active in Pochinki, right? But there's no hot drop in Pochinki. There's no hot drop in the ruins. So why are they going for this long of a split? We've seen this come through from not just them, but we've seen from other teams that when you go on these long splits in the early phases, it's kind of hard and it's kind of hard for you guys to condense, and it's very easy for teams to pick out your teammates one after the other.
Yeah, I mean, definitely I would take a split like this in an area that doesn't receive a lot of focus, right? That is not a hotspot or at least a drop location for an opposing team. And now this is Mo Esports having to try and just work with the hand that they've been dealt, already losing their second player here. And I mean, this is really going to impede their approach for the rest of this game.
Yeah, and it's even becoming now bad to see that the rest of the team now from Mo Sports are looking to come back closer to the side of the World of Battle, of which I feel like the opposite should be done. You know, we already saw Hansley close to Gatka area, which means the whole team could have actually decided to go towards that Gatka area. And now seeing them going back to the ruins area, Mo Esports,
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of VODs that need to be done in that team.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe they just like they like the aggression that is being dealt towards them. You know, who knows? It could be anything, but we're really hoping that we see a bit of an improvement come through on that front. But in the meanwhile, as we jump over in towards prison, it is going to be Virtual Gaming Squad now just positioned up high. They are going to be looking for Wanted. I think this is quite a funny play for Wanted to be in prison.
Yep, and he was wanted. That's why he's in prison.
Yes, sir. He's been found. He's been found. He's not wanted anymore.
Yep, and right now it does look like the sentence that might be coming through from the side of Virtual Gaming Squad might not be the nicest. As you know, getting out of that prison is a tough thing, especially when you have teams sitting just right there on the top.
Yeah, I mean, the Virtual Gaming Squad, they could definitely look to be the wardens in this particular play here. But speaking about the wardens, a team that doesn't need any of that is going to be Black Hand, as they've got Yasnaya all to themselves, and a relatively great opportunity when it comes to their rotation opportunities. They could either look to head north or head on towards that eastern side of the zone, but whichever way they go, they need to be really swift about it because Blue Zone has caught up to them and they still have a long way to go.
Yeah, I mean, we do see the side there of Black Hand go for that late rotation. Same thing can be said about CRYPTICS. So I feel like they're not too bothered about that zone 1 damage because it doesn't really chunk up the HP too much. Once you have a couple of boosters in your system, I think your HP should automatically go back up by itself. But at the end of the day, they still have to keep moving down further into that circle at least as quickly as possible, because this type of zone, you need to get your move on.
Yes, sir. You need to hit that NOS and just play for a positioning. But we are seeing quite a few teams now starting to trickle through into towards that more centralized territory. I mean, Mo taking up a very centered position. They've got the Mind Weapon pulling in behind them. Vampires moving west of that. Lag and URUS still held up in towards Pachinki. But now Timeout and Triple could get into a little bit of an altercation on that southern edge with one shot. Ooh, waiting for the opportunity here. Showing quite a bit of trigger discipline, not looking to jump just yet. And oh, now it is just guns blazing as they pick up Wanted, and now RUKH just keep going.
Yep, RUKH is like, sorry, bro, that's a small price to pay for salvation. And unfortunately, it just looked like Wanted was gonna just have to go, regardless of what happened. One shot was definitely down for him. He's like, you know what? Anybody else could leave the prison area, but definitely not you, Wanted. But EK, my zone.
Oh, they are most wanted. See, you asked for West, I asked for Chopsticks or potentially Everest. And it seems like it is tightening up on that. I mean, Gatka also still being in the mix, and actually it is pretty much smack dab center zone. So this is where things are going to be taking quite a few interesting twists, right? Titans now also on their way, looking to find a good bit of a positioning to pull in towards. I like what CRYPTICS are doing all the way up north, looking to get themselves established within those compounds, and leaving Senke all the way up on the hill.
Yep, and that is a nice play. Have one player up the top of the hill. The remaining players also still have eyes on, whatever is going on down further towards that Katka area. They see the side of URUS, the side of the Mind Weapon. And I think this is going to be a zone where we're going to see so much trouble on that east, especially given the fact that there isn't too many good high ground positions in this circle as of now. So everybody would be trying to get on those high top hills on the east, because getting to the west, almost a whole lot of trouble.
Oh yes, it is going to be a very tall order, at least to get towards the west. But once you make it into the west could be best because it's pretty vacant. There's no one really occupying a lot of that space. The team's still going to be looking to pull on through. Arab Golden finding a little bit of opposition along the way. Now as we jump over in towards Chopsticks, it is going to be the Vampires and the players here from, well, Mo Esports, looking to see what they can get done. But Hansley has been spotted out, and yeah, they need to try and find a way to potentially lure the Vampires in towards them. Meanwhile, Titans and Timeout up on the hilltop.
Yep, and this is definitely the western, the eastern, maybe not the eastern skirmish we're waiting for. Rather, this is going on that south, as the Titans would lose 2 players down. They're usually in that sandwich right now. But even as the Titans are in a sandwich, Timeout is also in a sandwich.
Oh, a lot of sandwiches being dealt all over the place, and now there's going to be a little bit of a disruption, potentially rolling in, as we can see Vampires now pulling in on that that mini map. But I like what Timeout is doing here, applying quite a bit of pressure onto the side of Titan, and it's now going to be solely reliant on what T can do. But they spot out the triple squad now rolling on forward as well, and this is where they just need to get their butts moving, and that seems to be the case now for Teak.
Yep, this is Titans being in a very, very crunched up position. Revives is all they've been doing all game long right now. They've just been grabbing revives just because of how bad they are, or how many teams they find themselves in the middle of.
Let's see whether or not Titans will be able to live through this altercation. And a lot of attention now on this eastern side. A big, just looming gap on that west. But the teams are going to be fighting quite a bit to get themselves established here. Titans are trying to take aim. Ooh, but up comes Triple, already tasting a bit of that glorious chicken. Will they be able to continue with the momentum here? Wave now just moving up ahead. The sprays continues to fly in. This could be Petrox in a world of trouble, especially with all the pointing in their direction. Fortunately for Petrox, though, the reinforcements, the cavalry, have arrived as well.
Yep, and it's just a matter of him holding down for so long, but not when Icy is pushing you, as Icy will be able to get one player down. The third party would get down Gaddafi, or make that the off angle from Fajita to get Gaddafi down, as the side of Wave Esports now left with just 2. Himo losing a lot of HP on that form up. One knock, looking to return the favor.
Oh, here we go. Icy has got that nade in hand. He's going to find the point. Oh, finds a bit of damage instead, but Hemo and OneOK now just patiently waiting for the inevitable as Triple get ready to mount their aggression here. Up comes Icy with a bit of a flank around the edge. The nade goes out, not finding the knock, but the push is on. The race is there. Oh, and Wave now getting just absolutely wrapped up.
A wonderful split coming through from the side there of Triple. You love to see how they gathered and wrapped around the side there of Wave Esports, and they did that having the whole top of the hill for themselves. You can already tell they already sent out the side there of Titans, which means after these eliminations they've just gotten, they have a free motion into that next zone.
Yep, they definitely do have a very comfortable rotational pathway moving forward. But if we look back over towards Chopsticks, it's going to be the players there from Lag also now looking to get their own positioning sorted out here. Titan's still going to be hanging alongside the players there from Timeout. But Ninja, want to see if they can spot out any movement. We got that drop not too far away, just on the back end. But it does seem like URUS are pretty close to potentially maybe looking into that crate. Here we go now, all the way up in towards the northeastern side as the Mind Weapon and the World of Battle starts with a little bit of a ranged altercation.
And this is what we're going to be seeing for quite a while right now, because you can just see everyone trying to gatekeep the chopsticks. Nobody really committing to that chopstick because they know you can get into the chopstick easy, but if peradventure you have to leave that chopstick, oh, you're in a whole world of danger. As you can already see the side there of CRYPTICS decided to capitalize more on that center position in the zone, which would pay out well for them.
Yeah, the easiest way out of Chopsticks is with a little bit of soy sauce, but now as we wait to see where this next zone is going to be taking us, the team's just going to be hanging in the wing. Meanwhile, it does shift a little bit further up north, and this is where we were asking for a bit of an open field play potentially, and this is exactly what we're getting. I guess to see what GREEDYFORKILLS are going to be doing here, as they still have only one player left that could look to move up in towards that observatory. But CRYPTICS just so good at getting themselves positioned. A beautiful spread that they've got, but it's still going to be a heavy fight over on the east.
Yep, it has already gotten started. The World of Battle would lose one early on in this engagement as the side there of the Mind Weapon looking to hold a good defense. Zar on the off angle as White Boy going to be the first man in line. Juicy Krona playing by that shoreline. And both teams not being in the circle will mean they need to complete this fight as quickly as possible. 15 seconds and that circle is going to start to close up on them.
Oh, the heat is on, the pressure is on, but will they be able to survive it? And then, of course, once they make it out of this altercation, they've got URUS just hanging in the background there, just waiting to see how many eliminations they could potentially find. But that is going to be a very tough play now as the World of Battle moves up, managing to evade the majority of the utility, getting sent across, but the Mind Weapon not really settling for any of that. Instead, they're waiting patiently for these opportunities to present themselves. But look at that, Kron now getting hit in the face. Up comes Hazem and Arthur looking to just bounce back, but it's going to be the Mind Weapon. Oh, now being demolished.
Yep, the third party did come through from the side there of Team URUS, and the World of Battle would emerge victorious on that one. 7 eliminations to their name, and that is a good start for the side of the World of Battle. But now here comes the trouble as they have to get towards the side of URUS. But they're thankful to the third party onto URUS, as URUS wouldn't be focusing on that rotation that the side of the World of Battle is making.
Well, let's see where this one will go. MEA Esports also just going to be hanging down towards that southern edge, waiting patiently. URUS playing in the ditches, in the trenches, trying to see if they can find a bit of an opportunity. Maybe going to be considering a rotation. Well, they don't have a choice because they have to move. The zone has taken its position over on towards the western front. But here we go. As we look on towards the west, it is going to be Triple. Not just playing a nice sneaky approach here. They got their eyes set on that observatory, but are they going to be able to get it? As we do have Broly up on the hillside, but already Old Boy spots him out and up comes the hit.
Yep, definitely what they wanted, as you can already see them grabbing those eliminations onto the side of Arab Golden. And now Triple being on this western side gives them so much advantage, because this is pretty much one of the only high ground places that is available in this circle.
Well, let's see, are they going to be able to just utilize the living heck out of that? Meanwhile, it's going to be URUS Rauf again finding themselves in a little bit of a shack, but this time the teams know not to let any shack go unchecked. It's going to be Lazy Boy attempting to send that utility inside. Instead finds Ramsey And now there's only one more left to go, but CRYPTICS are going to be showing their aggression, their power, their flex as they move on forward. Marshall sending it up, the heads come in, the nades are flying, and that is the knock in. Rauf still holding strong. Marshall now having the opportunity, a very low Rauf just waiting around the corner. But will Marshall be able to get that jump? Up he comes, a little bit of strafing this way and that, and there we have it. It's going to be CRYPTICS sending URUS packing.
Yep, and that was a very close one for the side there of CRYPTICS, or at least for the side there of Marshall, as that nade, that pre-nade was actually a very nice one. Gatka does look to be the only part that has solid cover in the circle, and the side there of CRYPTICS find themselves in it once more. One could almost call them zone blessed right now.
Let's see how many blessings they will be able to get. Meanwhile, it's going to be a pretty tough play as there are still quite a few teams having to push on forward. I mean, Koa just spotting a bit of movement there. Not quite sure exactly who that is that they are going to be looking for. Of course, we know that it is CRYPTICS and the World of Battle just positioned up ahead. But here comes the hit. The utilities trying to reach on through. The World of Battle trying to make themselves a little bit scarce as they now opt into the vehicle, trying to get that extra little bit of distance set between themselves and those utils. But again, Black Hand now just riding off from the top, and Paradox finds a little bit of a hit coming through with the vehicle, as we can see in the feed. But the World of Battle in a little bit of trouble here.
Yep, a whole lot of trouble. When you have Koa and Senke sending grenades onto your position, you know it's a mini earthquake that is happening right there. It's an apocalypse that they're witnessing there. But Paradox in the burning vehicle, the solo player left for the side of Mo Esports. We just have to survive. And I like the fact that Mo Esports already sitting on 4 eliminations, headed into that top 8 position. They will be getting a couple of placements. I'm so happy for them.
Yep, I have to agree with you on that one. It's great to see that, but it's the first time that we see a full CRYPTICS hand coming through from our Arabic casters here. So I'm curious to see how this one will unravel, how it will unfold. Of course, Paradox doing quite a bit of work here for Mo Esports, sitting on a very comfortable 3 eliminations. Let's see how far they'll be able to push it. Meanwhile, Lag just going to be gatekeeping them ever so slightly, but the action will continue all the way up in towards the north and on this eastern side, as CRYPTICS now just start causing quite a bit of trouble for all our remaining teams.
Yep, I mean, I've got my money on CRYPTICS too. You know, they have a good position, they have the cover to work with, and every other person is just in the open field, right? I feel like this is CRYPTICS' game to lose. Maybe I'm calling it a little too early, but man, CRYPTICS having a full squad up, I think the only team that will probably stand in their way right now would be Triple Esports, who are just inching into that circle from that western edge.
Yeah, but Triple playing this this game a little bit differently. I mean, taking a more back-seated approach, right? Not going to be looking to get themselves in a whole world of trouble. They just want to stay there, just want to ride that wave and see when they can choose to strike. But now, speaking about striking, it's going to be Marshall trying to reach on in, setting out those utilities, seeing if they can maybe find a little bit of that World of Battle action. But if we look on towards Black Hand, they have been reduced down to only Storm. That is just patiently waiting to see what opportunity they can find.
I mean, we usually see the IGLs being one of those players that know how to survive the most. So we look forward to seeing just how well he can survive. But it does look like he's got it's the side of the World of Battle, able to turn the tide. They were the teams in the disadvantage, but right now they do seem to have things covered up, at least in this little dip, this little gutters that they find themselves chilling in as the next zone is about to pop off, and that zone might just be the one. Oh, this is a CRYPTICS game. No way.
Well, I mean, you seem to agree. You seem to agree with our Arabic casters, right? I'll be the odd one out and say no.
What?
I don't know who else I'm going to be rooting for, but I'll say I'll say it's not going to be CRYPTICS that will get this game
maybe?
either which way. I don't know. I'm just saying it's not CRYPTICS, right? I just want to be the odd one out here. Meanwhile, it's going to be the Wall of Battle now rushing. Oh, rather getting rushed. Look at that. It is Marshall just getting whooped the heck out of that vehicle. And it is now up to El Chapo to see if they can bring in a little bit of a push here alongside Senke as they now hold the front line. But Lazy Boy also there to provide a bit of assistance all the way back from Gutka.
And a grenade to send the side there of Greedy back into the lobby, as we see them already being escorted with that nade. We're down to the final 4. Black Hand, Titan, CRYPTICS, and Triple. But one way or the other, CRYPTICS holding that long split is not working out for them. Their numbers are dwindling. They're down to 2. What is going on?
Let's call it a DK curse coming through here. But either which
Oh.
way, it's going to be Black Hand. Now, again, sitting on a potential solo, as Storm is waiting to see what Triple will do as they now start to move on forward. Only now choosing to get themselves situated in towards the zone. And oh, that is Storm lying in wait. But Triple quick on the trigger as they very quickly disperse of Black Hand.
And I enjoyed the togetherness coming through from the side of Triple Esports. They're always pushing as a team. You'd never catch them alone. They're already sitting on 11 eliminations. And right now, them being on that northwestern edge of the circle, they do have that advantage going into this game. But Titans, they're being very, very quiet. And I think they might just be playing this game for spoilers.
I mean, these are the three teams that you want to be really worried about if either of them get quiet. But all three are playing it quiet, right? CRYPTICS just keeping a steady steady position all the way over back into Wutskatka. I mean, Triple also not doing anything outlandish. And as you said, Titan keeping it very quiet on that southern edge. But all the tranquility is going to come to an end, at least within the next minute, as that blue zone is going to be forcing their hands. And these teams will have to make a play, right? There needs to be a victor here.
Yep, there has to be a victor, and I feel like that will be determined by that next zone shifts. It does look like Triple Esport has a lot of advantage. 4 players still up. They have 11 eliminations, which means the momentum has already been set, and all they have to battle against is two teams that have just duos left. But at the end of the day, the duos that we have available are not small duos. We're looking at P6 and Tick on the side there of Titan Gaming. Now we're looking at El Chapo and Lazy Boy for the side of CRYPTICS. These are not easy duos to face, especially if these duos now decide to focus all their attention on the side of Triple Esports.
Well, we also just did see at the top of the screen there that the players from Triple have trickled up into the lead on the overall rankings. So let's see where it's going to go this time around, as we are yet to see where this next zone will be taking us. Already 2 teams sitting on those double figures, those double digits. Titans are only on 3, which is quite surprising, but the zone now moves in favor of Triple, and this is where we could potentially see that deciding play now coming through, as you've said.
Yep, and like I said, that next zone would determine it. You can see Triple Esports already making advantage of it. A player already on the roof looking to watch all of this happen. But this is where the challenge is set for the side of CRYPTICS. They have to move into the circle, and if they do not have vehicles, this is going to be so tough. And you can see that the vehicles is what the side of Triple Esports have their attention focused on. You know, they realize that these two teams need to get into the circle, and if we pop their vehicle tires, it means they have no choice but to run across the open fields. And well, when you have players with beautiful gun skills like Triple Esports, you know that is the situation you want your opponents to be in.
Yeah, and that also then already means that the opposing teams are going to be pretty tired. But now it is going to be Teak trying to find a bit of an opportunity here, not getting a position within that zone. And I mean, you can say exactly the same about CRYPTICS here. Neither Titans nor CRYPTICS have been able to secure their foothold come into this last zone. Triple, in the meanwhile, as we can see up on that mini-map, they're just exploring the opportunities. I mean, we got Icy stuck on the roof. We got Thor just exploring the road, exploring the terrain, seeing what they can find. And Icy just patiently waiting to see maybe the opportunity could be just around the bend.
Yeah, I think right now they have the roles shared amongst themselves. They're like, you know what, Icy, you're going to keep your eye out on this team that is out there on that east. Do not let them leave. And you can already see Icy watching that location very, very carefully. And then the rest of the team, like Thor, is watching up onto the side there of Titans. And you can already see Lazy Boy making that move into the circle. And I said it, the gun skills on the side there of Triple Esports. None that you want to battle up against. T comes out in the open, but gets sniped by Old Boy. El Chapo would be the last player left. They see him in the building. They know where he is. But when you have Old Boy with the AWM El Chapo, you do not want to be peeking.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty insane to see those AWM plays coming through, but that is CRYPTICS now slowly getting demolished, and there we go. The end of the game is there. It is going to be Triple picking up a back-to-back winner-winner chicken dinner, hitting those double digits yet again.
13 elimination once again. And the winner chicken dinner. Triple Esports triple chicken dinner right now, because I'm counting from yesterday. I'm counting the one of yesterday. But DK, did you see that? El Chapo denying the points by throwing a Molotov on himself. That is interesting to see.
I mean, maybe El Chapo knew that they had 13 eliminations and just wanted to keep everything fair and square, right? But well played. What a performance that was. Of course, our three Titans facing off in that final circle. It was Titan Gaming, CRYPTICS, and of course then Triple. But again, Triple just showing their capabilities here. And it was just a matter of time until we see someone just really starting to gather some phenomenal momentum here. But of course, we want to see it now from all three of those teams. But you got to give credit to Triple. They just did it, as you said, right? A triple chicken, the last one for yesterday, the first two for today. I mean, where are they going to stop?
I think they're going to stop when their team has to sit out, or when their group actually has to sit out. Because I do not know what Triple Esports ate this morning, but I think I'll probably text Icy and Old Boy and ask them what they had for breakfast, because I think I need me some of that juice.
Yes. When you find out, let me know as well. I'd also not mind a little bit of that, that extra little bit of something special. But of course, speaking about little something special, this last match was quite a special performance as the teams really kicked off game number 2 with quite a big bang. But as we know, we are going to be heading into those highlights momentarily. So let's take a look and see, just remind you of a few of those plays. Well, there we go, right? When the heat gets a little bit to handle, grab a molly, and that just helps you alleviate a little bit of that extra additional pressure come through. But of course, it is that time of the evening as well. We need to take a look and see how many points these teams were able to bring in. We know that it was yet again another insane performance coming through from Triple Esports. But I want to see what CRYPTICS and Titans were also able to secure coming through, because, you know, everyone just played such a difficult position in that last zone.
Yep, and man, CRYPTICS, how they lost that game, I wanted to say I don't know, but I do know going for that very long split close to the end of the circle was definitely not the play for them, and they ended up losing 2 players, putting them at an instant disadvantage going into that game. But 23 points being gathered by Triple Esports have played 2 games right now, and that's 46 points gained in 2 days. I just have to put in 2 games. I just have to put this in light for you to know that yesterday some teams only gathered about, I think the second highest team gathered about 46 points thereabouts, and that is what Triple Esports have been able to do in just 2 games.
Yeah, but also to put it into more perspective, right? The amount of points that Triple gathered in just the first 2 games of today is the equivalent of their entire performance on day 3.
Damn.
Yes. It's pretty dang crazy, but well done, well played. But of course, you got to give it up to the World of Battle as well, right? 9 eliminations, even though they got taken out in that 7th to 8th place, still holding strong here. But as we take a look at that second page, this is where we see a few of our customers now arriving at the donut shop, right? 4 teams, unfortunately, not being able to pick up points.
Yeah, I mean, we were told that today being Sunday, the donut shop was going to be opening a little later. And I think now they're open. We see the likes of TIMEOUT, Blackjack, Vampires, and Wavy Sports already patronizing, getting themselves a couple of donuts. But I'm happy to see that More Esports is not on the second page.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That is a great thing to see with Mo Esports not being on that second page at all. I mean, those 7 points are going to really bode well for them. And I mean, this is a thing that we're seeing, right? They're slowly building up a bit of that momentum. But now they just need to try and solidify that momentum, especially, well, for the remainder of today, but also then moving into our second phase.
Yep, they need to do that one. Right now, this week, it does look like getting out of that top or getting into that top 12 for Bowie Sports, maybe not too possible, but at the same time, they might still just want to grab themselves a couple of more points off the board, because regardless of where you finish across around the week, you would still get some bonus points, you know, so you want to work for that.
Yeah, well, let's see what it will be. Of course, in the meanwhile, we are going to be hopping into a quick break, so be sure to stay tuned. We'll see you right back with game number 3.
النجمة جالكسي غادرة ومن التايتن وخيول كازاخية انقفت من هناك وهنا أسد ينقف. نعم سباسيال مزيان يا مارشال مزيان. إلى هذا الزون يحاول أنه يدخل زون، لكن خلينا نركز هنا مع هذه الفايتات. بسيخ بإصابة ثانية
مؤذيتين بإصابات مؤذية في صفوف الشاذوين المكشوف. يا الله
يغادر على يد الأيت بيف.
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Spring 2023 season. Already 2 games concluded. Triple just hitting the hat trick there, picking up their turkey with their third back-to-back winner chicken dinner. But that only means one thing, is game number 3, we are heading right back into the dusty dunes of Miramar to see what our teams are going to be bringing out onto the battlefield yet again. Of course, as we know also then, game number 3 means that Group C are going to be sitting this one out. So I'm curious to see who's going to be rising to the occasion this time around.
Yep, I'm really looking forward to seeing which one of these which one of these teams would rise up to the occasion now in Miramar. We do have RUKH Esports coming back into the mix, and I'm going to stop calling their name right now because I'm looking at that overall leaderboard. Things are already beginning to switch up play by play, but I tell you something, the teams in that top 12 are not relenting, they're not backing down.
And that's what we want to see, right? We want to see these teams really having to work so extremely hard to not only get themselves into the second page, but also up into that top 12. Because Vikendi, as we know, is just looming around the corner, right? We're getting closer and closer to that. And once we head past this game, we're halfway there. We're almost at Vikendi, so I'm excited to see who's going to be bringing that in. But of course, still a lot of work needs to be done, and I want to see what Miramar will hold in store. All right, as we know, moving into this one is going to be Black Hand, Timeout Clan, as well as URUS and Vampires that are going to be sitting it out. So they could still maybe yet again be an opportunity for Triple to claim yet another winner chicken dinner.
Yeah, and I hope Triple Esports do get stopped in their tracks, because if they get 4, that is going to be something I can't even name at the moment. On the other hand, I'm looking at the side of Blackjack Esports. Today, going into today's games, they've not really shown us that Blackjack that has been improving. They've been kind of slacking into the games today, so I look forward to seeing them getting back on track heading into this Miramar game.
Yes, the opportunity is definitely now theirs to step up and just bring in that extra little bit of play, that extra little bit of spice. But are they going to be able to do it? Because we know there are several teams that perform exceptionally well when it comes to the Miramar map itself. So they are definitely finding themselves in some pretty tough company. But will they get it all the way to the end?
Well, these are the questions that I myself have a question mark on them, Blackjack Esports, right now, and I look forward to seeing. But look at the most eliminations. I see already up to 44, putting that gap between himself and Koa. Wow. And this is what I was talking about. I said it that today is that day where we would start to see this individual prowess coming through from all of these players.
Yeah, you want to see even more of that not just coming through, as again the teams have a relatively comfortable flight path to work with, but we want to see that extra bit of spice being brought through as the zone could potentially be moving in. I mean, Triple going for the usual split, as we know, up in towards Puerto with a little bit of focus on Impala, but now with an eastern shift. Oh, this could be an interesting one. We could maybe have a Los Leones come into play yet again.
Los Leones? Not again, actually. I would actually say not again, because that first game was absolutely hectic for all of these teams. I mean, we saw them going for so much, having to get to the top of the hill without vehicles. I'm pretty sure Wave Esports can relate to that one. They're out here currently in Los Leones, and I feel like Wave Esports might be tearing a page out of Blackjack Esports book, where they might decide to get out of Los Leones early on in the game.
I mean, sure, I would love to see someone rip a book out of a page because, I mean, you know, that'd be quite impressive. But speaking about impressive, it's gonna be DWAS now looking to get a bit of a jump here onto the mine weapon as the shots fly in. That monster truck, such an easy target to hit, but still proving to be quite a bit of a challenge. And now it is gonna be Zar getting caught out in the open as DWAS comes ripping through with the M4 and the Uzi combo.
Yep, there was one of those players that said that he is here gunning for some of those individual awards, and you can already see him going for that one, getting one elimination to get things started. The Mind Waypoint, this is not the game that they need. They're sitting at the cusp of that top 12, and they cannot afford to start going out early on in this game, especially in a map like Miramar.
Well, let's see. Are they going to be able to accomplish that, right? Are they going to be able to bring in that longevity, that survivability, and just push through to the very finish? I think this is a great decision, a great call being made here by the Mind Weapon. Instead of trying to fight for possession of the edge of zone, move further east because there's a lot of open space yet to be claimed.
Yep, and that open space is what they need to use to their advantage. Probably shift their landing, or sorry, shift their motion to a different position, and that is nice to see. I think probably that was the play. Search for vehicles and just head further into a different part of the map. And that loss of one player was just an unfortunate occurrence.
Yep, it definitely has been a slight little bit of an occurrence there. No arguing with that fact, but let's see where they will go as we now move all the way over towards CRYPTICS, held up in towards Chumacera. I mean, Mo Esports also a little bit spread out, but this time around, a much more condensed position that we see coming through there from them. So I'm excited to see what they will bring to the table here. But of course, then we jump over to the Titans on the opposite end of the map, right? All the way up in towards that far northwestern side. And they do have a rogue RUKH player just hanging in the wing as well.
Yeah, and that is Bronsberg just being the one playing gatekeeper. It's a situation of he either got disconnected or that is a play. And if it is a play, I would be very happy to see things like that, because that will actually pump up my spirits going into the final game of the day, and knowing that we'll be seeing some intentional hot drops and intentional plays coming through from some of these teams.
I thought you were going to say pump up the jam, right? I was waiting for that one, but you know what? It's fine. We'll just look as RUKH now gets ready to jam as they now look to move out of El Paso. The whole squad, of course, mobilizing. And I think, again, this is a good call being made. You don't want to spend too much time out in that blue zone. You know, maybe coming through with a bit of a late rotation. Yes, there are teams that are really capable of utilizing those late rotations, like CRYPTICS and Titan, especially when it comes towards Miramar. But the rest of the teams, we want to see them, you know, get themselves situated within the zone, get a nice secure position secured, and just shake up whatever comes towards you.
Yeah, hopefully they can do that one. And it seems that has actually been shaking up things that is coming towards them is the side here of Greedy4Kills, right? I've enjoyed how they've played so far in this first phase. Not playing too bad. Maybe not the best of plays. I'm pretty sure even they themselves may or may not be satisfied with the way they've played so far. But right now, so far so good. They've been able to maintain their position in that top 6 of the leaderboard. And I think that is very good to see from that team.
Well, all they got to do is now just continue to maintain positioning, right? I mean, achieving it is great, but you need to be able to consistently hold on and improve on your angles here. But speaking about angles, the Mind Weapon all the way up in towards Al Azhar, they're going to have a very easy time now getting themselves sorted and dealt with a little bit of that loot. I'm expecting maybe them to follow that the road that we can see up on the minimap, just pulling through Al Azhar, heading around the eastern side, then moving maybe towards Impala. I think that's a potential rotation we could see coming through here from them, and that would of course also allow them some great opportunities because it's not a heavily contested route. Meanwhile, the western side is looking pretty tough.
Yep, it's going to be a lot of trouble in the west, and right now the west looks very tough. And the side here of Titans have not even started their rotations. So that just goes to show you that this is going to be a very choked up western part. But the side of the Mind Weapon truly do have an easy rotation just right in front of them. I think they have the whole of Junkyard and just a little bit of Minas Generalis just right in front of them. So I think that rotation should be quite easy for them. They're pretty much setting themselves up for a good game in this match.
Yeah, let's see if they'll be able to well, get that done actually, as a lot of teams are starting to mobilize. We've got CRYPTICS also just venturing even further in towards the zone, which is interesting. Of course, Blackjack, we saw in the meanwhile, they've taken a very southern rotation. The Virtual Gaming Squad also now venturing back up onto these hills, pulling in towards that Minas Generales area. Golden Dorado looking really good in the hands there of DWAS, but you know, are they going to be able to live up to the hype and, you know, just bring that Golden Dorado right into the fighting?
Mirado. Anyway, whichever one of those.
That car, that one over
thing.
there.
The golden vehicle. But anyway, yeah, last time we saw people driving the golden Mirado, they eventually had or ran out of gas. So I'm hoping Dwarf has got a lot of gas cans in his backpack or maybe even in the trunk of the vehicles, because I recently just found out that you could actually keep a couple of loot in the trunk of vehicles.
Yes, and it works IRL, so I would hope that it also to some extent works within the game, seeing that there's a lot of similarities, but fortunately not everything in PUBG is based on real life, right? You see some vehicle dynamics that I'm so happy does not really work, but either which way, our team's now having to continue their push to get themselves situated. RUKH taking a very wide rotation. I think it is safe to say that Bronsberg is AFK because they've still not moved and now also have been knocked out by that blue zone as well. But look at the congestion now heading towards the zone. I mean, again, the western side is where all the action is going to come through. But even Lag, they've now ventured out of Impala, looking to get themselves set up in anticipation of the very chaotic zone.
Yep, and you can see them heading straight up close to that center of the circle. Now, we've seen Lag Esports play like this for the last couple of Miramar games, and it is working out for them because they're able to hold central position and able to get a couple of eliminations to go alongside it. But this time, they're not just going to be in the center alone. We've got a lot of teams also gunning for that center position that they have themselves in. You know, we've seen the likes of VISTA, we've seen the likes of Arab Golden also drawing closer and closer to their location.
Yeah. So let's see. Maybe it could work, right? But it's interesting to look at the fact that there's a team that can hold their own in center zone regardless of who is surrounding them. So Lag definitely showing a lot of capability here, and they are going to get tested as Arab Golden does come knocking on the door. It is going to be Escanor that gets taken on down, but Lag. A9Q cooking up a bit of a nade, trying to find that opening, and Quality now just hanging on the edge here, doing a bit of a jump to figure out where exactly to send the nade to.
Yep, listening to the footsteps because the audio cues is all they need. But here comes Triple Esports for the third party as Knights would get falling down from behind. And the side of Arab Golden continues to spam the grenades onto the side there of Lag Esports. Not gonna lie, I'm liking the fact that Lag Esports are together at this point. But the side of Arab Golden really needs to apply more intensity towards this push.
Oh, but that could be exactly what the doctor ordered, and we'll find out soon enough as Mexico now stands ready to send. Off it goes. Erangel not going to be receiving any damage, but instead they try to pick up a little bit of a play on towards Quality. The push now comes through as Lag. Get ready for the action. Oh, look at the awareness being brought by both these teams, but they need to be quite swift about it because not only do we have Wave just hanging around in the wing, but several more teams that could come through with a bit of that third-party action, but now Wanted just keeping their figures steady, knowing that it's going to be just a mere moment. So Lag comes rushing around that corner.
Yep, and Lag Esports holding those very tight angles out there, waiting for that push to come through from the side of Arab Golden where they have the angles covered. Anyone who walks into that little space is going to get it from Mexico, and A9Q Bloody understands that. You can see him just chilling, playing it as carefully as possible, going for a little bit of the pre-fires as he tells that information to his teammates.
Oh, we're going to see now Mexico inching a little bit further on forward. Broly not getting the angles locked in just yet. But they need to be quick because that zone is going to be applying an extra little bit of pressure on towards them now. As Virtual Gaming Squad, Arab Golden, very close to center, but as we know, make too much noise and that is going to draw a lot of attention towards you. Lag falling back, just repositioning in a little different compound here, and it does allow a little bit of neighborly, a warm neighborly altercation to happen.
Looks like Lag wants to share. It's a question of does Arab Golden want to share this compound with them. One building being held by Lag Esports, the other being held by the side there of Arab Golden. They're still launching grenades up onto that position, looking for that introductory knock. And if they do, we do know Arab Golden, they would waste no time pushing up onto that wall. We've seen Arab Golden in the past couple of days show that they're a very, very good team when it comes to breaching compounds. So look forward to seeing just how well they can push up onto the side there of Lag Esports.
Agree with you on that one, but here we go now. It has become a little bit of a stalemate. Neither team wants to be the one to get sent back next, and a lot of caution being brought through. Both teams still looking pretty decent with regards to their numbers. I mean, Lag, yes, they've been reduced down to a 3-piece, but we've not yet seen that knock and push play coming through just yet. I'm curious to see who will be the team to actually regain control of the situation.
Yeah, it doesn't look like Lag Esports are feeling too confident, which is understandable given that they already lost one player going into this engagement. But seeing the way Arab Golden is also playing it, I feel like it's a situation where both teams could actually take the advice of, push it onto the other team, right? But at the end of the day, Lag Esports pushing into a 4-man team in such condensed compound, maybe not too advisable, especially given the fact that there are a lot of angles that are available.
Let's see how this one plays out. Both teams now just trying to find a bit of an angle here. I mean, looking at Arab Golden's points that they've got coming into this match, right? They've already secured 2 winner-winner chickens, and they're sitting on a very comfortable 96 points. If we look over on towards Lag, it's a very similar position. I mean, 98 points. So both these teams are side by side. Both teams have already found themselves 2 winner-winner chicken dinners. But who will be the one to get it? Because both of them are fighting it out for those points. They know exactly who they're going up against, and they don't want to let the other team be the one to get the jump above them.
Yep, the carefulness that we're seeing coming through from both teams is absolutely nice to see. Nobody wants to really overextend. And I think this is a situation where the smokes could come into play, because the side of Arab Golden Esports definitely know that Knight is alone in that building. They could throw a couple of offensive smokes, try to blind out the view coming through from Mexico on the other angle, and isolate that push up onto Knight, giving themselves a little bit more advantage and breathing space in that compound.
Well, speaking about compounds, it is Wave and Triple also now looking to settle their differences down on towards that southern edge. With Blackjack just hanging in behind them. But again, the zone shift that comes through does allow for Lag and Arab to continue with that altercation. Meanwhile, there's going to be Triple. Well, we to see if they can build on that momentum that they've had in the previous 2 games. Looking for the opportunity here. Wave now getting reduced to potentially 1, but Blackjack just going to come lurking over that ridge, and could be the deciding play in this altercation.
Oh, grenade in hand, gets caught up by the side there of Triple Esports as One Knock is able to capitalize on that one, but Blackjack Esports being pain onto this fight. Triple Esports would lose Old Boy to the side there of Blackjack, as now they're down to 3. Wave Esports also has to grab a revive, but Blackjack Esports, they want all of these aliens, and you can already see them full sending into the vicinity.
Oh, here they come rushing straight on forward. We've seen Phonics just clutch it out on Miramar before. Will it be a repeat of that yet again as the utilities get sent out? Thor managing to evade the brunt of the damage, but Chemo not going to be so lucky this time around, as they have been found out. Somebody and the rest of the crew now looking to clear out the compound. Zeke still just going to be hanging in the wing, but One Knock trying the hours to just alleviate all these pressures now starting to build up. Oh, but what a hit onto Icy.
What a hit onto Icy, but Icy would have nade up onto Hamodi as the side of Blackjack Esports find themselves down by 2 players. Phoenix has to get that revive up. All right, the side of Triple Esports also needs to get a revive up, and even Wave Esports need to get a revive up. This is a 3-way fight that nobody is waiting for anybody. Everybody is taking this fight simultaneously.
Yeah, it seems like they all called for tea, right? This is like, okay, wait, quick moment, let's breathe, let's regroup, let's just rethink this whole strategy. But here we go, Thor deciding it's done, and well, unfortunately, they pay the price for being a little bit too eager there. The shots have been sent in. Old Boy still going to be hanging on the edge, but essentially does get picked up as they do run out of health. And now Blackjack, this is the opportunity to come bouncing back even harder.
Yep, grenades over the top. Would not be able to get any of the knocks just yet as MG still tries to grab that revive up onto Phoenix. I'm already trying to see if he can bait a couple of shots onto the side there of Wave Esports, but that revive needs to come through. Zeke is still playing that off angle, which is nice to make sure they're not getting third-partied, and it kind of gives them a little bit of an advantage and edge over the side there of Triple Esports. But a grenade from MG up to the top of the roof, still not able to get the knock as Wave Esports remaining alive just upstairs this building.
Oh, I mean, Wave just riding it out for the longest possible time, but that is going to be Petrox now confirmed. It's all going to come down to whether or not Wave will be able to survive the rush coming through. And no is the answer as Blackjack deals with that threat, but not out of the woods. Because there's still a little bit of that triple esports action just hanging in the wing. And now we see the addition of RUKH Esports coming through with a little bit of those third-party sprays.
This is trouble out here in the south, trouble in that southeastern edge of the map. Everybody wants a piece of the cake. Triple Esports still managing to stay alive. Side of Blackjack still able to keep a full squad up, but I think now is the time to go for that full send onto the side there of Triple Esports.
Let's see, will they get it? Blackjack now, knowing that these top two compounds are clear. There's only one place where Triple could be. We can see, of course, quite a few other altercations happening on the outskirts of that zone. As CRYPTICS now feeling the pressure, reduced down to El Chapo, who's making a play for the zone. Smash have been picked up as well. And a lot of that edge positioning coming through. And can't really blame the teams, looking especially at where they have to rotate towards next. There is not going to be any opportunity aside from the compounds that we see the players there from VISTA and RUKH now holding.
Yep, those are pretty much the only plausible positions. If you're going to look at the side of Arab Golden, they also kind of hold a good spot also in those set of compounds that they find themselves at. They're able to send out the side of Large Esports. But hang on a minute, the full send is going to come through. Triple Esports trying to see if they can hold it. IC downstairs, putting the damage, doing in the work. Has to push outside, but Zeke would find him or make that Hamodi as the side of Blackjack Esports emerge on this chaotic fight. Phoenix would fall, but Blackjack Esports would eventually win that engagement. 5 eliminations, sorry, make that 6 eliminations to their name, and they're able to pull up the perfect third party.
Well, what a play that was coming through from Blackjack, but now comes a little bit of that extra hard work. Still having to get themselves situated into this next phase. And, well, they've got about 2 minutes or so left on the clock to do exactly that. But as we look over on towards the western side, it's going to be the players here from RUKH and GREEDYFORKILLS. Just riding it out. They don't want to take the plunge just yet. They know it is going to be free country once they move forward into that lower territory. But I like the setup coming through from VISTA. I mean, they've now adopted that 2-2 split, leaving Kakao and Mazzaro to play on the high ground. But also we have P6 having a little bit of a close encounter there as the Molly gets sent in their direction.
Yep, the side of Titans looking to see if they can exert a little bit of third-party action on that western edge. Maybe not working out quite yet as they looking to edge it into the... I mean, there's pretty much nowhere else to play in the circle except the edge. El Chapo does find himself in a little shack, but still, if anybody sends it straight into the center of that circle, that is going to be a GG well played back into the lobby.
Yeah, that is definitely what it could be, but let's see what's going to happen on the edges still as RUKH keep a very close eye. They know that there's someone in front of them, and we can see that is none other than GREEDYFORKILLS. But here we go, is Mazzaro. Oh, tries to find the hit, but instead it's Titans that just lay right in towards them. But P6 also then getting taken down for all their hard work as, again, those cheeky shots continue to fly on through. Titans not looking two-faced just yet. They still have a little bit of work to do, but Blackjack have now just pushed right up on towards them. And this is now all down to whether or not Zeke and Hamodi can keep up this front line.
Yep, holding up against Titan as a two-man squad is definitely a very hard task to pull off. Zeke and Hamodi see them playing as carefully as possible. The Titans will be able to lick their wounds and grab their revives. And now they'll start to send it to the bottom. At that shack. At least now they have the information, waiting on that next zone shift. That will be the ultimate determinant of how they're going to play this game.
Let's see, will Blackjack and Titan Gaming come to some kind of a resolve here? Ooh, Axel trying to ride the edge. This could be that full send coming through from Titans, but Zeke looking to deny them entry as the shots come through and down they go. Titan managing to get the upper hand, but not out of it just yet. Instead, down goes Hamodi. And that now spells absolute disaster for Blackjack because MG is all the way down on that far southern edge, but Titans just putting up such an aggressive showing. But could we see MG now bringing in that last little push as Greedy4Kills are going to be looking to steal a few of those elims?
Yep, they understood what was going on here. They've kept up with the Q feed, and here comes the full send. Zoxy able to get one player down as Fibo will find his way into the compound, able to get a player punches from down. He'll be trying to see if he can get the knock, as he does go for the 1v1. The knock will be there up onto Fibo. Puncher holding it up for the team. 3 eliminations, make that 4 onto the side there of Titans as they have to grab that revive. Greedy4Kills. They did not get this one right so well, as now they have to continue that full send as a 2-man squad.
Oh, but here we go. It's going to be Rhino now just rushing in already, hitting those double-digit figures. But here's the hit, though. Rhino finds the one. D quickly managing to sneak in that med kit, but will that be enough? It is going to be a full greedy rush, and down they go as Zuxi seals their fate. Down to our final 5 teams we go. Titan getting sent out in 6th place.
Yeah, Titans were looking very strong going into that fight, but unfortunately the third party was timed perfectly, and we just saw them full send it Greedy4Kills into that compound, taking away the Titans. That was a nice push, pushing them already up to 12 eliminations to their name. And this is what we say about Greedy4Kills. Just when you think they're not doing too well, they put up that game that just makes sure that they're going to remain in that top 6 position.
They got a whole bag full of rabbits hidden in that hat. As we can see, they're not trying to pull out yet another one. Zuxi getting forward on the outskirts, having to make that mad dash. Rhino already getting backed up, but here we go. Wanted has got their eyes set on the target, but will they be able to secure it? As Zuxi just narrowly makes a play for that southern edge. But there we have it. It is quality to drive the final nail in, and off they go. Now RUKH, looking to see what they can get done with the players here from VISTA. But VISTA, again, having the upper hand. They've got that elevation to play from.
Yep, and they've got 9 eliminations to work with as well, as they will start to send the grenades up onto the side of RUKH Esports. I am keeping my eye out on Arab Golden on that southern edge, because they do look to have a good compound, and we saw this yesterday in the Erangel game. When you give Arab Golden a beautiful compound to play with, they know how to play from compound, they know how to use those covers to their advantage. But Eugene is going to stand up to find Kakao, and that will be one player going down for the side there of Vista Gaming.
Well, that is Eugene adding a little bit of chocolate under their belt, but now will we see that momentum continue forward? RUKH still holding on to that 3-piece, only with 2 eliminations to their name. If you look at the players coming through from the side of Vista, they've already been able to accrue 9 eliminations, so they are definitely showing that they are in it to win it. A lot of aggression being brought to the table here, but RUKH getting caught out from all angles. Up comes the hit, the spray, the zone taking a shift up north, and not going to be too impeding for the players from RUKH. But will Vista be the one to put a stop to them?
I mean, that next zone shift, a terror for the side of Arab Golden. They do still have vehicles to work with. Maybe they might just be able to full send it into the open, find a little bit of a high ground, maybe a semi-high ground, a little reach that they can play and see if they can continue the game from there on out. But right now, it is looking to be a whole lot of work for all of these teams. And with El Chapo out there on the west, any fights that goes on any part of this, in any part of the circle, El Chapo could just be there to play spoiler.
Yeah, definitely could. I mean, that is, we've seen come through from El Chapo before. So let's see how much of a spoiler El Chapo has for us. Meanwhile, RUKH, Vista, still being relatively reluctant. No one wants to be the team to lose this positioning. But Arab Golden also just going to be using this opportunity to inch themselves closer on that southern side. But out comes the DBS as first now rushes on forward. Oh, not the angle they were looking for, but a quick reposition could maybe help and assist on that play. But Mazzaro also just keeping it a little bit more distant. Could this be the play, right? Is this going to be Vista or RUKH now to claim control of this compound?
I mean, we do see the side of RUKH Esports looking for those angles. Mubzaro would pop outside, but the burn would make him go down. As RUKH Esports find themselves that advantage. Rami takes a little bit of pre-fire from the side of Bisk, but Bisk has to hold on in this 1v3 situation. And man, of all the teams to be the 1v3 up against, RUKH Esports is not that team. Grenades being sent towards the side of Bisk. He would move just right in time. The third party might be coming in real soon, but the blue zone would not be helping matters for these two teams.
Yeah, it's not going to help matters at all, but we also see just up ahead, El Chapo has been found. Arab Golden moving in, down they go, and this is now the opportunity for RUKH to potentially find that position on BIS, sending quite a lot of their ammo out into that smoke. But instead, it's going to be wanted to reach across an Arab Golden, now looking super confident as they come knocking on the door, venturing up in towards this northern territory, and not going to wait around for VISTA or RUKH to kind of settle their differences.
Well, BSK is going to be here to announce his presence as he's going to take Broly down. This idea of Arab Goldie now reduced to 3, a 3v3v1, but BSK now here's the vehicle. Knows he's in a lot of trouble. He has to throw him behind the tree, but he is open to the idea of RUKH Esports. It's only a matter of time. Stands up to take the shots towards Pusher, but the third party is imminent. Arab Golden lose one more as they're down to the last 2 players against RUKH Esports.
Here we go. This is now the opportunity. Rami, Eugene having the angles. They have the element of surprise. They've lost Puncher. See, wanted now just waiting patiently to get that confirmation dialed in, but it is going to be up to Quality and Erangel to keep up that front line aggression as they do lock one more in. It is now a 2v3 fight, and we have it. This could still swing either which way. It could go in favor of RUKH. It could go in favor of Arab Golden. But who wants it more, as we now just waiting to see what Wanted is going to bring on through. Eugene, meanwhile, looking to just get a little bit further away from this whole heated play. But Rami, gets found out, and down they go. It's now down to Eugene, just trying to peer across the top of that boulder. Their shots so relentless coming through here from Arab Golden, and there we have it. Arab Golden secures themselves the glory to win a chicken dinner, doing so with 12 eliminations to their name.
Yep, we've been waiting for this. We said this. Give Arab Golden a good position in the circle. Give them a good compound, and they will play with it. Play it very, very perfectly. That is what they've done. I honestly did not see how they were going to make it out of that circle when that zone, or make it out of that compound when the zone moved up to the north. But seeing that they decided to go full Super Saiyan, take out anybody driving around, that was the play they needed to do, and I'm glad it worked out for them in the end.
Yeah, they stepped up and just looked so confident. So what a performance. And we know Arab Golden, they took our very first winner chicken dinner right here in the PUBG Mobile Pro League. And of course, while stepping into today, they added yet another one to the tally. So it does look pretty fantastic then for the Arab Golden squad. But will they be able to continue with that? Of course, we are going to be taking a quick look at a few of those highlight moments from this past match just momentarily. But while we wait for that, I mean, what was your most standout performance coming through in this past game, Current?
I think my standout performance would be the one coming through from GREEDYFORKILLS, right? We saw them getting up to 12 eliminations, if I'm not mistaken, going into that game. Going with the way they were reading the games, looking at the kill feed, that third party onto the side of Blackjack Esports and Titan Gaming to come for the sweep up was my play of the day, and I think I really enjoyed that from GREEDYFORKILLS.
Yeah, it was a very exciting play indeed to come through from them. But of course, now let's hop into those highlights and just remind ourselves of what they were. Oh, what an amazing game that it was yet again. Of course, Miramar never disappointing. The teams keeping the heat, the pressure on out in the desert. And what a play. But of course, it is almost time for us to take a look and see how many points the teams were able to accrue. As you said, right, we've seen some pretty heavy hands coming through yet again in this match. The teams hitting those double digits elims just time and time again.
Yep, and this is something that is becoming more prominent in the lobby. I mean, Titan Gaming already did set the record as to the amount of eliminations you can get with the winner chicken dinner. But you can tell that all of these other teams are actually still gunning for that title. But man, you've just got to admire this one coming in through. VISTA Gaming with 10 elims, giving themselves 15 points up on the board. And look at GREEDYFORKILLS, only 3 placement points, but they were able to get 15 points in total, pushing them on 3rd place overall.
I mean, that is Greedy just staying true to their name, right? They were
Mhm.
really greedy when it came to those eliminations. But of course, RUKH also going to be capitalizing on their positioning here, walking away with those double-digit points, 10 points to their name. But Blackjack also getting nice and aggressive out there, right? Securing themselves those 6 eliminations, adding on top of the 1 placement point they were able to get.
Yep, and that is something that we wanted to see from Blackjack. We called them out going into this game that what are you going to present? You're sleeping. You need to wake up because they're not really holding on to that top 12 position. They're not so strong on there, which means any team could actually come and boot them out. And speaking of teams that could boot them out, we did see the World of Battle get 3 points in this game. But I think so far so good today. They've been looking like a team that wants to actually get into that top 12.
Yeah, they're really working hard. But of course, now let's take a look at that second page. RUKH also managing to secure at least a placement point alongside the elimination. Only 2 points to their name. But it's again looking very scarce. I mean, Mo, at least, Mo Esports, they've got a point, right? They've not, they've refused to go to the donut shop.
Well, I mean, hopefully this is not the beginning of a decline. First 2 games that we saw from them was better points being gathered. Right now in this Miramar match, they were only able to get 1 point. Makes me a little bit scared, but I really will put my mind up on them, and I know that they have something and they would cook something up. Man, Wave Esports, the Mind Weapon, and Lag Esports not quite putting up that point that we know them to normally put up. And these teams being the teams that are sitting around the bubble, I think they need to sit up.
Yeah, I agree with you on that one. But of course, it's no surprise to see that lower end of the board looking a little bit empty, seeing that it was such a top-heavy and aggressive performance coming through. But of course, on that one, we are going to be taking a very quick break, so be sure to stay tuned, and we'll be right back with game number 4.
Your order is here.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Spring 2023 season. Of course, we are just about to step out into the glorious Sanhok to see how these teams are going to be rumbling in the jungle. We've had quite a few upsets already come through today, with Triple picking up 2 back-to-back winner chicken dinners, potentially actually even the Triple Chickens. As we know, they got the last one from yesterday. But the last game, we saw Ab Golden rising to the occasion. But now comes the question, who's going to be the team to step up as we step out into Sanhok?
Well, I'm so glad. No, maybe I'm not so glad, but I can tell you that Triple Esports will not be the one taking this chicken dinner in this fourth game because they are sitting it out. We did see them get a chicken dinner yesterday in the last Sanhok game, which means Sanhok is a strong map for them. But this time they would not be playing in the Sanhok, which means other teams that we've seen prove to be those very good teams in Sanhok, like the likes of Blackhand, would have the chance to, start to put some performances up on board.
Well, it's going to be a great opportunity seeing that, as you've said, Triple, they're not here. They are going to be sitting this game out. But alongside the players coming through from Triple Esports that will be taking a bit of a break, we also have the players then from Blackjack Esports, TEAMLAG, as well as Titan Gaming. So it is going to be an interesting spread to see how these teams are going to be looking to play the opportunities, play those positionings, because on Sanhok, the flight path still allows the teams to access a big majority of that zone. So they have quite a bit to work with. And of course, speaking about what these teams will have to work with, we are going to be hopping into the game to see where that flight path is going. But of course, first up, we need to give a big shout out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues.
Yes, sir. Unleash your beast. The green beasts, as we're about to get into... Miramar. Into Sanhok. The fourth and pretty much the final Sanhok for today and for the phase. How are you feeling about this one, DK?
Ooh, I'm excited. I am excited. I want to see who's going to be the ones to bring in those surprises. I mean, I just want to see a very challenging bit of Sanhok. No, actually, I don't. I want to see a comfortable zone. The first one needs to be nice and kind. And then the teams have the opportunity to play their strategies, because I think that's the difference in the dynamic regarding that zone, right? Because if it's a challenging zone, the teams are predominantly focusing on, oh dang, I need to get myself into this next phase. Whereas when they don't have to worry about it, they can actually go out and look to get aggressive.
Well, I think those teams would not even be waiting for the zone to pop off before they start going for that. We do see hot drops going on in Bootcamp and Paradise Resorts with Raad out there in Bootcamp. I don't know who they're chilling out there with, but it is a hot drop going out there in Bootcamp. And the same thing can be said about Paradise Resorts, where we see Virtual Gaming Squad out there with Smash Team. The zone is going to be a little bit on the north. And I think, DK, would you count this as a nice zone?
Yeah, it's a zone. It's a zone. That's definitely one thing. So yeah, I don't know if I'd say it's nice. It's okay. It's decent. It's decent. But time for decency is now out the window, as the players here from TIMEOUT and RUKH need to get right down to business. And I mean, I want to see what RUKH is going to be bringing through here as they fight for control of Lobster.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen RUKH be that team that can hold that defense. We've seen them protect Pochinki, right? And I feel like if you can protect Pochinki, you might just be able to protect Bootcamp just quite well. TIMEOUT have not really been showing us so much of a play, which is why I'm putting my money out here on RUKH Esports out here in this Bootcamp fight, because like I said, RUKH is a good team on that defense.
Yeah, and this is the opportunity for RUKH now to show us what they are made of, right? Whether or not they can take out the players coming through here from TIMEOUT, and whether or not TIMEOUT are going to be up to the challenge, right? Are they going to be looking to meet RUKH, toe to toe? But in the meanwhile, while we wait for that to develop, we have three teams situated up into its paradise. We've got the Mind Weapon, we've got Smash Team, as well as Virtual Gaming Squad. But the latter two teams now are going to be looking to get into a little bit of an altercation before we see any contribution coming through from Mind Weapon.
And we already even see the Mind Weapon getting that first elimination. And it's weird because we wouldn't see the third party fight or the third party coming in just as early. But anyway, it does look like VGS would be on the losing end, as they would lose one more player down to 2. They lose another. As the side of the Mind Weapon do look to be coming in for the third party. Malek will fall, the DBS Maestro for that team. And Smash Team now down to 1, as the third party is really imminent. The Mind Weapon are the ones really eating from this fight.
Yeah, and this is now the opportunity for Virtual Gaming and Mind Weapon just to strengthen that grip. But it does seem like Malek is not going to be making a full-on show of aggression here. Instead, just going to be waiting for that potential rest to come through. But one shot also keeping a very steady play. Ooh, but we do have altercations now starting to trickle through. So we got several points of contention coming through. Of course, we're looking up into Paradise. We did see that potential play all the way in boot camp. But it is going to be RUKH now finding Dasha all the way back in a little bit of that booty action. But now, let's see what Delhap will bring in as they move up. They know they could be someone around. What?
Wait a
RUKH
minute.
just took out the entirety of timeout.
And as quickly as possible, if you blink, you'd even miss it on the kill feed. And that just goes to show you, I said RUKH happens to be that team that really knows how to defend their drop locations. And bootcamp being one of their drop locations, they're able to defend it quite nicely against the side there of timeout. And that is definitely not even a good game for timeout because it starts to push timeout further down on that leaderboard. But look at this position.
Oh, they've been spotted. Yep. Max now stepping up, and that is Black Lost. Having the fate of Smash team being sealed. We've got only 14 teams left. I mean, what a quick drop that was. I mean, I'd love to see how timeout got taken out because, I mean, as you said, it was you blink and it's gone, it's done, it's over. And also very swift play coming through right up into its Paradise.
Yep, Paradise. I wouldn't even like Paradise is so weird because both teams that landed in Paradise didn't even get to fight. It was the Mind Weapon who actually initiated the fight and even finished up the fight. The side there of Smash Team did lose a whole lot of players there. The Mind Weapon, make that virtual gaming squad still having a little bit of players that are still alive. I don't know if Malek is the last player left, but I think they still have about 2 players still alive for them out there in Paradise Resorts. But out here on the south, we do see Team URUS getting started with the World of Battle. We've seen the World of Battle going into today. They've been gathering a lot of points, trying to see if they can find a way into that top 12. But right now, down by 2 players, it does look like URUS is not willing to give up that 12 spot.
Yeah, they're definitely looking to pick up quite a bit of momentum. And I mean, they're pretty close. They're sitting on 79 points, as we'll see at the top of the screen. URUS are going to be the gatekeepers there on 86. Never mind, the World Battle sitting on 80 points. So, you know, they went one above from what they entered this game with, which is pretty evident, right? The 1 elimination counting to their name. But it is going to be a pretty out there fight to see who will be those teams making it up in towards the top 12. I mean, we were talking about this before we started with the action here today. I think it's going to be very interesting to know who those final 12 teams will be. But in the meanwhile, we got to wait and see what Mo Esports are going to be able to do as the Vampires are going to come knocking on their door.
Yeah, I really hope all Esports are able to keep up with their defense. We did see them have a couple of good games today, and right now they are getting challenged once again. Molotov to the outside would get the ball up onto Yazan. They do see that man on fire as they would continue with the grenade rampage onto the side there of Vampires. And we've not really seen Vampires play so good defense going into today. But I really want to see how these two teams would go about their business out here in these compounds.
Well, these walls are going to prove to be quite a bit of a thing to try and overcome. We've got Bum Bum and Paradox now trying to flank around. But Ninja, they are going to be waiting as the shots start to fly. That is going to be Hates getting taken down, but also Ninja falls. Stop moving in, trying to bring in a little bit of fortification there. But the utilities start to rain down yet again. That is Hansley also meeting a very similar fate to their teammate. But up comes the push. Yazan looking to get those confirmations in. And this is the opportunity now for Bum Bum and Co to really double down. And that is exactly what we see as the utilities get sent across. But a beautiful response. A great retaliation getting brought through by Vampires.
And now it is down to Paradox to hold it. It's good to get one in Ninja, as this is going to have to continue on the 1v2. The DBS in the hand will make that this auto shotty to take down one more player. Stop, he's got a DBS. But Paradox, though, does look to be onto something as it is now down to a 1v1. Paradox understands exactly what is going on, but his teammates are bleeding out one after the other as he preps the nade onto the side there of Vampires Esports. The nade does land, does the 2S, and Paradox on the 1v4 would hold down the fort for the side of Mo Esports.
That is Mo Esports with a glorious, glorious clutch coming through there. Well played to Paradox. I mean, it was about time. And they stepped up and they delivered by the plenty. But now as we jump back over in towards the glorious Paradise, we can see that it is going to be a very contested position. We got Virtual Gaming Squad, we got VISTA, we got Wave, we got CRYPTICS, we got a potential RUKH also yet to move in. There's so many teams just hanging in the wing, but everyone wants a slice of the pie.
Yep, Paradise definitely the pie of God, the center of the pie, the point of contention, the third party central, whatever you want to call it. Just know like there's a load of teams out here in Paradise and nobody just wants to seem to let it go. CRYPTICS would lose one in Senke as Molotovs will be sent by Marshall to try to see if he can lay down the suppression coming through from the side of Wave Esports. But Mozairo and the side of Vista are also in the vicinity. The fight doesn't end.
Well, let's see now, where will it go, as it is Malek now feeling the brunt of that DBS action. Instead of dealing it out, they receive, and now El Chapo, we're just trying to put themselves back together again. Marshall trying to just advance up onto Wave, riding the edge of those cliffs, trying to see if they can find a bit of an opening, but Gaddafi is going to pose quite a bit of a threat in those advances. But Hemo now has the opportunity. But will they be able to secure it, though? I want to see what Marshall and Chapo are going to be bringing to the table here. But up comes Gaddafi now, trying to just move himself a little bit more into position.
Yeah, and hopefully he's able to do that and buy himself or buy his team a lot of time as they have to grab a revive up. It does look like CRYPTICS have decided to capitalize on the position of Wave Esports. Petrox does seem to be holding a good position as we see the smokes now beginning to come into play. Lazy Boy just down. He's going to find the knock up onto Petrox on the angle. And the side of Wavy Sports now at the disadvantage. The push up the stairs would come through from El Chapo. Gaddafi now finding himself in the 1v1. El Chapo is a strong player. He begins to take the shots with the pre-fire. Lazy Boy is here for the support. 1v2. The auto shot in hand will take down El Chapo. As Gaddafi now looking to put it into work. But he gets overwhelmed by the amount of players that rush into that building. But the rest of Wavy Sports is Ebo. He's going to push it. S12K in hand. The pre-fires will come through. S12K to try to get one and he would find it. Marshall would be there. And Lazy Boy to get the knock and the confirm onto the side there of Wavy Sports.
Oh, we've seen this time and time again. The UMP being able to beat out all that shoddy action. I mean, that was pretty impressive with the S12K and the DBS just coming into full swing. But CRYPTICS being so confident, just moving in, holding their own. But now they have to do it yet again. As the players here from Vista Gaming come a knocking, and they still have 3 players up. They've already dealt with the side of Virtual Gaming Squad. And now they look to turn their focus on towards CRYPTICS.
I think right now in Paradise Resort, it's a matter of who's next. These same buildings, we lost to the side there of Smash Team and Virtual Gaming Squad in these buildings, and now we've lost Wave Esports. It does look like CRYPTICS might be next in line as the side there of Vista looking to keep them outside, waiting for them to just make that move. One little mistake, one person who comes out of this building, definitely gonna get it.
One thing I just noticed is that we still have Arab Golden alive. They've got 1 player left. That's Wanted. But Wanted's all the way at Lakawi. All the way out in that blue. So that's going to be an interesting play to come through on their side. Meanwhile, Black Hand are going to be advancing closer towards Paradise. But Raad, they've spotted them. And now they're just patiently waiting before timing that jump.
Yep, it does look like Black Hand playing very confidently on that north. You see the players jumping around, and Raad already taking a couple of shots. That is them baiting the side of Black Hand because they know they're a good defensive team. If they take some shots towards the side of Black Hand, it would almost force the side of Black Hand to come for a push onto their position, and they know them being good at the defense, they would be able to take them out. But it does look like Vista are running out of patience. They have the center of the circle, but they want it all to themselves as Beast finds his way into the building. There's K in their hands and the pre-fire from Lazy Boy who take down one of the players there from Vista. It is S12K action right now as he awaits the push coming through from the side of Vista Gaming. Marshall trying to swing in from the side, looking to catch that revive, but Cacao, he's just waiting with the gun that goes Cacao, the DBS, as we see both trying to see if they can get the pre-fires in, but will not be able to get any to connect.
Oh, I love these sound effects coming through, but up goes Marshall now getting ready for a bit of a push here. Now, will this be the onslaught that CRYPTICS want? The name getting sent up, but not finding the spot just yet. Burst and the rest of the players here from Vista now just being absolutely relentless. A lot of that shoddy action just around the bend, but who will be the next one? As we can see, Marshall, Lazy Boy keeping their angles pretty tight, not wanting to let anyone slip past them.
At this point, I'm beginning to think the S in S12K means Sanhok, because that is exactly where we're seeing this S12K currently being used. PSK by the stairs will be spotted by Marshall. The pre-fires will come through, but he wouldn't quite get it. But look at Marshall. He's only got 26 bullets in the ammo in the clip. Would we be seeing a black hand again?
Yeah, I was just about to say that, right? This could be another black hand play coming through here, but oh, it is going to be Lazy Boy now trying to fish for those hit markers. Finds a few of them. Drops back over onto the auto, and here we go. Down goes Lazy Boy. This is the opportunity now for VISTA to come pushing on through, and up comes the M4. Oh. Don't discount Marshall. He also still has quite a bit in the barrel, and now it is going to be Kakao and Marshall to fight it out. There we go. The rush is there. Oh, and Kakao locks it in with the DBS to the face. Down goes Marshall.
Yep, and as they go down the side of CRYPTICS, it does look like it is now time for VISTA Gaming to meet their end, as more Esports will pull into the vicinity. Same thing will be said about Team URUS, as they're on the north. The Molotovs, the nades, all going into the building, and VISTA Gaming understanding that now they are the ones in trouble. I can only imagine how much loot boxes are in this compound right now.
I mean, it's like a treasure trove of boxes just lying in wait. But URUS now going to be playing it a little bit more cautiously. It does seem like they are looking to disengage and instead turn their focus on that zonal positioning. But Bum pushing up as a solo, and this is not what you want to do. You want to see that full squad mounting that full frontal aggression here. But, I mean, maybe this could be a clutch coming through from Bum.
I mean, for a player who has been taken out so many times today by being a solo, I wouldn't expect him to be on his own right now. We just see him very separated from his team. They did come in as a squad. How they've been separated right now, I have no idea. And it does look like the side of VISTA Gaming do realize that that man is a solo. The pre-fires will come through. Bum in a whole lot of trouble as the pre-fires from behind will be trying to see if he can help him, but maybe not against that DBS, as the smokes, offensive smokes, would work in favor for the side of VISTA Gaming. They get the elimination, go back into the building.
Oh man, I would definitely have loved to see the full force of Mo Esports just descending down upon that building. But unfortunately, that is not what we're going to have happen here just yet. Meanwhile, URUS, they did suffer a few casualties at the hand of RUKH. We can see now occupying that center zone. So this is where things could still turn out quite favorably for them. But of course, RUKH now trying to figure out how they're going to play this positioning, as they are just up on the edges here. But look at the World of Battle, also down south. Still going to be holding on to a few compounds, but the zone is going to force a lot of these rotations to come through out of Paradise.
Yep, and RUKH Esports currently licking their lips right now and rubbing their palms together, because this is a lot of teams that they could potentially take out as they make their route into the circle. We do see the World of Battle getting started on that southern edge, looking to make it into the circle, but every other person in Paradise Resort, if they do not have vehicles, I think it's going to be easy pickings for the side of RUKH.
Oh yes, oh yes. I mean, this is one of those few instances where a vehicle could actually come in quite clutch. But of course, now Arab Golden, not a lot of clutching to be done here, as it is only Wanted that is left to try and push. And they've made quite a long trek all the way from Lakawi on that opposite end. But now there's going to be those predictions to come in. I mean, it's a pretty wide net that is being cast there by our Arabic counterparts. But of course now URUS still going to be looking to make a play here. Still 2 pieces up. Oh, well they were.
No, they were. Now they're not. But anyway, just when Wanted thinks he's hit the jackpot, there's still a lot of teams still out there or a lot of players still out there in the Paradise Resort. And I think Hades, he's heard the footsteps, and he sends the nades, sends the Molotovs towards that direction, has to find a new path into the circle. But Paradox up on the top. He's been on a roll this game, already sitting on 5 eliminations. All the eliminations from the team has gone over to this man. And he might just be looking to increase that elimination count as he awaits that push coming through from the side of Arab Golden.
Oh, but the big bad blue zone does catch up to them as well. And this is definitely going to hamper any of these advances, especially now with the addition of Wanted just hanging in the wing. It is going to be This is a potential fight for attrition here as Paradox makes a run. Oh, it's exposed. Oh, such a close call. As
Oh,
we
it's a
did not
bike.
see that hit. Oh, but runs into a brick wall as Bisk just says no thanks.
More esports would be going out first out there on that move into the circle. URUS still alive on that one. Same thing can be said about VISTA as they do lose one player on the push. Arab Golden Wanted would go down to that play zone as we see Black Hand being so relentless on that gatekeep for the side there of Paradise Resorts. The World of Battle though, looking to get into the circle little by little. It's nice to see. And RUKH is on the north. They might just bite the side of Black Hand.
Well, look at that. Pusher with the MG3. That's gonna be spicy, right? That is gonna be quite the spicy play, especially if it's on 990. Well, I hope that's where that's what it's said on, right? Because I mean 660 also works, but 990 it's just better, right? But either which way, RUKH now gonna be holding on to the prime real estate here, holding on to that southern edge. They already spot out Cacao. And now add on to the tally here, already sitting up onto 6 eliminations. Vista, of course, as we did see, already sitting on 11. But now URUS trying to sneak in for a little bit of the action.
Man, the amount of space and the amount of vision that the side of RUKH Esports has in this game is very scary. And that really puts them up at an advantage. Already up by 6 elimination, and it's only a matter of time before they begin to increase those elims because they don't even need to get out of the buildings. They can see pretty much everyone as they make their advances into the circle.
Oh, but let's see now just how much of a honey spot that is. I mean, they've got so many players still to choose from. There's still 8 opposing players. Now, I mean, we've seen it's essentially a 2v2v 1v3 going up against the players of RUKH, who is still holding on to all their numbers here. But I don't know how the World of Battle are going to be able to secure that positioning because RUKH is just lurking alongside them.
Yep, RUKH is ready for them to start making that move into the circle. And the side of the World of Battle, they might just have to rely on their return fires in order to make it into the circle. RUKH Esports currently being very quiet. 3 eliminations right now to them. And URUS Esports will get taken back into the lobby.
Let's see where it goes. 4 left to play. And that zone is going to start just limiting the options here as the blue zone is relentless as ever. The World of Battle finding a little bit of an opportunity maybe on that western front, but RUKH now receiving a lot of attention as Rami drives it in, and that is Arthur down. It's now down to Grant to see whether or not they can continue with the opportunities here, but Eugene gets found out. That is Pusher rather. Now left to show us what they can bring through with that MG3, but up comes Black Hand. Still looking on a 3-piece, and now taking their swing potentially over on towards RUKH. But first, they are going to be settling for a little bit of that RUKH action potentially.
Oh, 9 eliminations to the name for the side of Black Hand, but they have to find this little snake in the grass. Molotovs and grenades up onto the side of Pusher, but it's going to be a little too far. Koa looking to move closer and closer with the grenades in hand, and I think Pusher is going to lose that trigger discipline any second from now. The shots will come through, but it's from RUKH instead. Pusher looking to steal the healing, and indeed he will. Side of Black Hand taking in some shots. Plaza would fall. Has them in a whole lot of trouble as he does dropped by the side of RUKH. RUKH tries to turn, but would not get the turn up onto Pusher. But Pusher now behind the tree. 5 eliminations to the name for the side there of the World of Battle as RUKH looking to grab this winner chicken dinner with open arms. But guess what? There's still that one snake. The spoiler, it's the World of Battle in the grass.
Oh, will this be it? That nade has been sent, but it went a little too far. Now Pusher trying to move up, has got that MG3 in hand and starts to open it up. And there we go. The game is done. And that is RUKH coming in clutch. As they steal the show, they survive the odds, and they claim themselves that winner chicken dinner on our final Sanhok for this phase.
We've been seeing RUKH inching closer and closer. They could taste this since yesterday. We said it. They need to have good games. And today they've come in today to prove that they are indeed the late bloomers. And I'm pretty sure with this chicken dinner they've just gotten with 11 elims, that would definitely bump them to the top of the leaderboard. And I think the top 12 right now should be shaking because RUKH is coming.
Oh yes, RUKH showed that they are ready to rumble and they want to just get their slice of the action here. But what a step up that was. I mean, you said a little bit of a late bloom play coming through there from RUKH, and rightly so. I mean, they were sitting on that third page for the longest time. And now with a game like this could be exactly what they need to just catapult themselves much, much closer to that top 12. I'm not quite sure whether it was all the way into top 12, but it could very well have been.
Yeah, I think it's going to bring them really close, because the one thing that is standing in their way is the type of games that their other counterparts are having. And I'm talking about the World of Battle. We saw the World of Battle finish that game now in third position. It did get a couple of eliminations too in that game, which means they are really, really inching closer and closer to the top. But just in case you missed all the Sanhok action, here are the highlights to kind of remind you of what has happened.
Some pretty sweaty action as we saw coming through off the back of that Sanhok, and man, what an amazing performance that was. But of course, as we know, alongside these amazing performances, we need to see those amazing points coming through to our teams as well. We've been looking at the top of the screen with the overall ranking slowly starting to climb higher and higher and higher as the teams progress through these matches. But let's see what the points look like as we move in. Of course, RUKH unlocking themselves 21 points alongside those 11 eliminations. VISTA also sitting on 11 with Black Hand doing a very decent job here, also in on 10.
Man, look at the elimination coming through from that top three. That is about what? 32 eliminations coming in through. That's half the lobby going out to just the top three teams. That just goes to show you just how well these teams were playing, and VISTA Gaming making a good advantage of that chaos in Paradise Resorts. That is what has given them this many points up on the board.
Oh man, what a play indeed that has been so far, but it's some pretty healthy doses of points coming through on this page. I mean, Virtual Gaming Squad, yeah, 5 points up, all of that coming through from eliminations. It's looking good, it's looking good, but now we've got to see what that second page looks like as well, and where these teams find themselves, and also who do we have there? CRYPTICS, very surprising, but as we know, they got caught in that compound alongside quite a few other teams, getting absolutely demolished there, at least picking up their 4 eliminations, but the Mind Weapon, Arab Golden, and the rest of the teams having a pretty tough run. But the timeout, I mean, they got timed out so quickly all the way over in boot camp.
Yeah, I think timeout. that was so quick for them. I feel like this was probably a Sanhok game where they probably didn't get to loot so much, but you just got to admire the way Mind Weapon, Arab Golden, and Wave Esports, as well as CRYPTICS, all just follow themselves in synchronous order according to how they went out in that building. That was absolutely fun to watch. I'm not gonna lie, my MVP of the match would be that building and S12K.
Yes, if we could give the MVP awards to non players, yeah, I think that would be a very strong rule to go right over there. But of course, yes, that was game number 4 done and dusted. We still have one more to go, and we'll be returning with our final Erangel right after the break. So be sure to stay tuned. We'll see you guys back after the break.
is here.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Spring 2023 season. Of course, we are getting ready to hop into our final league game, right? We still have 2 more to go. We still have Vikendi yet to come. But out of our main rotation, it is going to be the final game. The final Erangel is going to be just around the corner. We've been seeing teams popping off in all of which directions. And I think it's just about time that we take a bit of a look and see what the overall standings look like, right? We're going to head into that to see where the teams are coming into our, well, we'll call it second to last game, but of course, triple. I mean, 5 winner chicken dinners to their name. 188 points, almost sitting on 200.
A 19 points lead coming through from the side here of Triple Esports. I tell you what, they were third coming into today. And with 2 winner chicken dinners going to their name, they're able to bump themselves up into first position. And you didn't know what? They're definitely going to breach 200 because this means they get to go into the Vikendi game and even get more points.
Yeah. So I think it's pretty safe to say that the teams that we're looking at here are going to be making it to Vikendi. I think that would be a safe assumption.
Yeah, I think if you're able to get over 100 points so far, I think you're gonna make it into the Vikendi game, and I think that's pretty much where we would set that bubble, somewhere around 95 to 100 points. If you're able to get that going into the final game, then you know you're most likely going to be making it into that Vikendi. But you've got to give props to Titan Gaming, able to still maintain their third position out there. Black Hand in second, CRYPTICS and GREEDYFORKILLS still holding it up in 6th position. And no matter what Wave Esports seems to do, they just can't seem to close that gap between themselves and GREEDYFORKILLS.
But you still got to give credit to CRYPTICS and Wave because they are the only 2 teams sitting on this first page that has not yet found a chicken dinner. But I mean, this is pretty impressive plays coming through. Of course, as we know, CRYPTICS, Wave, and Arab, they've concluded their 4 games. And now they need to wait and see, well, whether or not they're going to make it into Vikendi. But as we've said, I think it is pretty safe to assume that, you know, they're going to be on board, at least in right on the plane, to step over in towards Vikendi. But this is only the first page. We need to take a look and see what that second page looks like because Maxman always says this is his favorite page, right? This is where all the action happens.
Oh, look at Rahad. Oh, we said it. It was going to be so close, Rahad Esports, with that chicken dinner that they got. They are just sitting in 13th position, 86 points, and that is it. Late bloomers, if they do well in this game, they might just get it. But the thing is, the teams that are seated above them are also going into this game, which means it's going to be tough. They have to clutch it out in this final game.
Yeah, and I mean, Ra'ad, they've been doing so much work. They started off the day all the way down in 18th position, a whole handful of points further down from where they find themselves now. So, you know, as soon as the stars start to align, and also, you know, you add a little bit of that chicken dinner into the mix, there is that possibility for teams climbing up, moving further and further afield. And I mean, Rad, they've been able to accomplish it now. Now we need to see rather the same kind of performance come through from Smash Team, Vampires, and potentially even the players there from Mo Esports, right? We want to see all three of those teams also at least get a bit of a taste of the second page.
Yep, and even speaking of this second page, Blackjack Esports, TEAMLAG, both teams already looking very shaky as to their position on the board. If they do not have a good game in this last game, which is Erangel, this might just be them getting dropped out of that top 12 and not making it into the Vikendi. And we know that wherever you end up in this phase one, even though the leaderboards would reset, it still counts towards, the final set of bonus points that you get at the end of all three phases.
Yeah, it still does count. So let's see what this final page then looks like. 74 points being that position up into the second page. And as we move in, only a few points away, only 7 points difference to catch up, right? So that is definitely still something that is achievable for Smash, as well as the players there from TIMEOUT Esports. But yeah, Vampires and Mo Esports, I mean, I like this kind of toe-to-toe play that they've got, really keeping it up close and personal between themselves.
Yeah, but unfortunately, this would be pretty much the end of the line for Mo Esports. They would not be heading into this next game, which means their position on the leaderboard is pretty much sealed and done and dusted. And it's going to look way worse, provided Vampires are able to have a good game going into this final Erangel game. But not going to lie, I'm still very happy as to the amount of points that we saw coming through from Mo Esports going into today's game. I mean, they started today with only 28 points up on board. Now they're able to gather 44, pretty much the most we've seen from them in the last couple of days. So I'm impressed to see that, okay, Mo Esports, at least they're beginning to find their rhythm. And from next week or this next phase, I would really expect them to step up their game because there is no time to keep slacking.
I mean, if they play like they played this last Sanhok, if they play the second phase like they played this last Sanhok, there could be some great opportunities around the corner for them because, I mean, that nade was absolutely on fire that we got over on towards Vampires. So, we got to add to the excitement, but we're also getting us a little bit closer towards heading into our final game, our final Erangel, rather, for today. But we'll be heading in that direction momentarily. Now, this is where I want to ask you, Crowns. Like, based on what we've been seeing on our Erangel so far, who do you think, in your opinion, is going to be the most likely team to pick up the chicken dinner come this last match?
Just because I want them to get into the top 12 and because they've been playing well, I would say Raad. Maybe a back-to-back coming through from Raad Esports to kind of seal them into that top 12 position. And that's what I want to see. I think for the chicken dinner for this final game, I would rather it be a team that is on that second page than one of the teams that is already on that first page. I mean, there's already too many chicken dinners on that first place to even start with.
Well, of course, I mean, there's a great possibility for any of that to happen. So, in the meanwhile, we have to send a big shout out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner for the PUBG Mobile Pro League. So, we want to see who's going to be stepping into this last game, engaging that monster mode. I mean, the most impressive play that we've seen so far was Triple bringing in those triple chickens, right? Back to back to back. Sometimes it's also called a turkey when they are able to accomplish something like that. Whether or not they'll be able to continue with that consistency moving into the final game, I think that is also yet to be seen. But I would have to agree with you, seeing a team coming through from that second page, being one to step up, claiming that winner chicken dinner. Yeah, I'm right there on the money with you.
And well, one thing I know is with the with the way we've been seeing Triple Esports play, right? We would always see them have that very pop-off game on the final game. We saw that yesterday. The final game was the Sanhok game where they decided to go absolutely crazy. So going into this game today, as much as I want, I feel like caster cursing them, but I don't think I've really been caster cursing team these days. So, but I know Triple Esports, this last game, they definitely will be able to keep up that consistency, especially given the fact that after their second chicken dinner, they were not quite able to get the best of games afterwards. And we know they're not one team to actually sit down and have two bad back-to-back performances.
Yeah, I mean, but we saw the same thing come through from Blackhand, right? They came in, they got the chicken, they had a slightly off game, then they bounced back in the next one, got the chicken again. So, yeah, I mean, maybe that there could be a bit of an opportunity there, but also we know Triple had a game rest. They sat out while they were not able to play over on Sanhok. So I'm curious to see what their approach is going to be moving into this final game here for today, before we, of course, get over in towards Vikendi. But yeah, I think there's going to be a lot of pressure on the shoulders here for the teams, but especially the teams sitting on that kind of on the premises of that 12th place, right? Just on the edge of making it over in towards Vikendi and potentially not making it.
Yeah, and even looking at this Vikendi game that we'll be entering after this game, though, right? I think the likes of CRYPTICS, who are currently sitting down in 5th position, they're not so far off from the side there of GREEDYFORKILLS. Hence why I'm keeping my eye out also on GREEDYFORKILLS, because I know GREEDYFORKILLS will be looking to have that little bit of advantage before they go into that Vikendi game. Because right now it's a numbers game. It's a game of how much points can I put up on board before we get into that Vikendi where we get some bonus points.
Yeah, and of course, as we know, there's also a nice share of the prize pool being awarded to the performances on Vikendi itself as well, right? So I guess to see who's going to step up to that plate already. Looking at what we've got with the flight path, I mean, it is a little bit more limiting down towards the southern edge, so it is going to be quite difficult for a team like Blackhand that likes to reach up in towards Yasnaya, right? They're not necessarily going to be able to reach there just by gliding in, so we might see a little bit of a drop a little bit further down, a quick pit stop to grab a vehicle, and then off they go again. But I think CRYPTICS, they're going to be quite happy about this flight path because they're not here, right? They don't have to worry about reaching up towards Stolba and Kameshki.
Yep, and now it's not a question of how dirty would the zone do these teams, right? Like we know, like all of these teams, when it comes to jumping off, it's pretty much the easy part, right? Making it into your location, you're like, oh no, DK! I didn't even mean it like this. Oh my god, another military base zone.
You said it. You were insinuating something, right? And the PUBG guys were like, you know what? We think this is what he's leading towards, so let's just go with that. But yeah, this is gonna be exciting. I think this is an opportunity now for a team like Knockout, especially, to see how they can step it up, because they had a pretty tough run over on Sanhok, and now this is the opportunity to make up for that Sanhok action. But of course, in the meanwhile, it's going to be URUS and Virtual Gaming Squad getting right up close and personal.
Okay, well, it's Virtual Gaming Squad, not Vampires. I wanted to be like, how do they always meet? But anyway, this time it's going to be an Erangel skirmish between URUS and the side of Virtual Gaming Squad. And there's only one vehicle spawn around here, which means only one of these teams would get it. And I don't even see it around, which means it's not even there. They have to fight it out. But the side of URUS, they have the numbers advantage, but when it comes to weapons, they are greatly lacking.
Well, let's see. Maybe they can get something to happen here with Farok and that buggy as they now roll on forward. But Alpha Luigi in one shot, this is not the kind of play that you want. But we do see Malik and the rest of the crew now, DWAS, rolling up to bring in that reinforcement. And that could be exactly what they need as they now get the jump in. It is Rauf and Weiss getting down nearly instantly. But Ramsey has got other plans as they bring in a strong retaliation. But up comes DWAS with the Uzi in hand, looking to find that play.
Yep. And the DBS also to make things worse, as he's going to be able to get down one player in Ramsey. The drop shot from Malik would take down the rest of URUS Esports. And URUS, you might just get booted out of the top 12.
Oh, I mean, it is going to be a pretty tough play, right? As we know, URUS was sitting just above RUKH, as we'll see at the top of the screen once we make it into that next little piece, right? There we got 9, 10, 11, 12. So URUS sitting on 92, 1 point behind Blackjack. But as we move into the next bit, RUKH sitting on 86. So, I mean, they're currently the gatekeepers. So this is a great opportunity now for RUKH to try and close that gap and maybe try and overtake them.
And it's a question of, have RUKH Esports figured this out? Are they paying that much attention to the kill feed to see that the side there of URUS Esports have just got eliminated? Because if they see that, they know exactly what they will need to do, what they need to play to actually make it into the final Vikendi game for today.
Well, it is pretty tough as they move up. And who doesn't have it all that tough? It's going to be Knockouts. You see Desha and the rest of the crew. They've got the entirety of this military island, of the military camp itself, rather. to themselves. But I like what Mido has done, right? To move towards that bridge just to get a bit of an assessment as to who could come venturing onto the island itself so they can prepare. But I think the Titans, they are going to be able to pass through a lot of the detection here as they've now moved in on that eastern bridge and gone for a bit of a setup towards the radar tower.
Yeah, I like how quickly this idea of Titan would always move to the military island whenever they get this military base circles, and it's interesting to see them already there. It's a nice play, always plays out well for them. So I feel like they have quite a chance heading into this game. Looks like Triple Esports would be hanging around in the Primosk area, rotation probably in mind for that team. As the side of Lag Esports also heading towards the tower, going for that rotation. And Blackjack Esports still out there in Zaki. I don't know how they're going to make it over to the military base or to the military island, but I think they're probably hoping for that little slight chance that the zone would most likely not go fully over to that military island.
Yeah, that, or they could maybe try and call in for some airlift or something, because they are currently the team with the craziest distance to try and cover to get themselves secured into that next phase. But Titan's already getting himself set up towards the bridge, but it doesn't seem like the rest of the teams are really going to be falling for bridge rotation. I mean, we've got RUKH now opting to, well, just swim their way across onto that Sanhok island, and a very similar play coming in right there alongside them as Lag also now moves across in their little blubber duck.
I mean, given what happened in the last military island zone that we saw, I would understand why the western bridge is currently empty, because a lot of teams actually met their end in that western bridge. So we do already see different strategies being employed. Like Esports will be making it all the way by the boat. Same thing will be said about RUKH Esports. RUKH Esports is actually not in boats. They're actually swimming. Talk about Olympiads. I think they read the name of the game wrong.
Yeah, but I gotta give it to Lag, because the skin that they had on the boat, that's my favorite skin, the blubber duck. So I know it's not called the blubber duck, but I call it the blubber duck because it works. And speaking about potential rotations that we could also then see coming through, I mean, Triple, right? They positioned all the way over in towards Primorsk, and they could have a very direct kind of push across, but we actually see even more teams now opting for a bit of that drink approach. I mean, Greedy4Kills pushing in alongside that east edge, rotating on through. We've got another team pulling through on the other side. I'm not quite sure who it is. Oh, that's the rest of Triple. That's Chemo and them also then rotating on through. But here we go. Greedy, they could maybe pull all the way down to the southern edge of the island and come in alongside Vista.
And if they don't make it, it's because they were not using the blubber duck.
Yeah, the blubber duck, yes.
Yeah, it was because they weren't using it. But anyway, risky rotation. I mean, rotations are always risky, but what are the odds you're going to get shot down? Pretty low. We do see them already heading. Last time we saw them go for this type of rotation, they went all the way to the south. And just like you said, they might probably be going to meet up with the side there of Vista Gaming, the Mind Weapon. Checking out that, okay, this is new.
Yeah. I mean, free parking, right? Why not?
I didn't even know you could get buggies down there.
Yeah, I also didn't know that. But I mean, hey, we learn something new every day as we continue to look onwards. We got P6 just waiting right there on the receiving end of that bridge. Oh, here comes the Mind Weapon with a full send. What a play! P6 just ripping it up, going 2 for 2 so far. And now, well, there's only 2 more Mind Weapons left.
Now you know why that player is rated number 3 on the top elimination board. Such accuracy coming through from P6. And you can tell that that is why he's the one on the bridge, looking to go for that third party. And he doesn't even want to relent on those long-range shots up onto Max. And the Mind Weapon now heavily forced to think of another way to get into the circle. But speaking of the circle, it does look like it's going to be focusing more on that western bridge as regards to the military island.
Yeah, a little bit of that, well, I wanted to say 50-50 action, but not really. There's a little bit more of the zone on the southern side. So maybe 40-60 or even 55-45. Well, I don't know, whichever you want to go for. But either which way, the teams are going to be looking to take their plunges as they move on forward. Vampires, Triple, and Blackjack now just starting to line up towards that western bridge. But things are looking pretty exciting over on the east here. I mean, Titans, they've now decided to disengage, not hold that bridge camp for all too long, and instead focus their priority on getting into the zone.
Yeah, I feel like at this point they're probably realizing that they might be able to get a couple of eliminations if they decide to go all the way to that western bridge, which is what they seem to be doing. Other teams also looking to get towards that western bridge, and right now it's already getting choked up on the island, sorry, on the mainland, as we see Blackjack Esports, Raad, Vampires all finding themselves, and even Triple Esports all finding themselves very close to that western bridge.
Well, one team that is not in danger of any bridge camps is going to be Smash Team. Right, still all the way up in towards North George. That is all the way back where they landed. But now, Vampires start to roll on through. Blackjack popping off a quick few hits just to make the Vampires aware that they're not entirely alone. But it does seem like Raad are also looking to disengage, and they just got to take the plunge and just rush over that bridge.
Yep, I think that is a very courageous push coming through from the side of Raad. But at the end of the day, Raad really needs to rack up points in this game, given that, you know, the direct team that is above them, URUS, have been taken out. So they need to get at least, 5 elims, I believe? Oh, wait, that's 86. No, I'm not going to do the math. But anyway, they need, they need a couple of points to actually push themselves on the leaderboard.
Yeah, custom math, don't trust it. I mean, we just come up with numbers, that's all we do. I mean, if it's accurate, great. If it's not, well, we try it. But in the meantime, it's going to be Mohammed now looking to just push up alongside the rest of the team, just inching their way up in towards Ferry Pier. But we already have a bit of a welcoming party here. That is going to be Triple. But not only Triple, we got Vampire and still the players there from Blackjack just hanging in the wing. But Raad looking to get themselves sorted towards that bridge. Smash, as I pointed out before, still all the way up in towards North George. They don't seem to be phased by the blue, even though it is going to be adding a lot of damage on towards them. But the next shift is about to appear, and it is going to be centering down on towards the Millie Island. And this is where all the bridge action now will come through.
Yep, timeout currently getting ready for all of this. They're seated in the center of the circle. Vista would be on the edge of that west, looking to wait for the teams, while Triple Esports looking to get done and dusted with the side there of the World of Battle, as World of Battle coming for the full send. Hazem and Krona in the building. Arthur on the cover fire would get taken out first, as Hazem now looking to go for that full send. Old Boy has got the free fires coming in through. And Kron going for that push, comes to the side, goes for the swing, gets the knock. Side of Old Boy just looks to come through, and Triple Esports, we've not really seen them lose whenever they're in this compound, and once again they would actually win the battle in the compound. Like this is becoming like repeated, right? Every single time a team pushes up onto Triple Esports out here in these compounds, Triple Esports always wins.
Yeah, I mean, they're triple threat, right? That's just the way it is. Whether it's Old Boy, Icy, and Thor, or whether it's Old Boy, Icy, and Chemo, it's a triple threat, whichever way you look at it. But here we go now. It's going to be Lag suffering a little bit of difficulty here. They've now run into Timeout, and Timeout trying to defend the compound as best they can. Oh, but the utilities find their spot. Escanor about to be in a world of trouble as the rush comes through. The spray is there, and off they go. Lag getting sent back empty-handed.
Yeah, Lag Esports being that team that likes to hold up in the center of the circle, hence why they pushed up onto the side there of Timeout, but it did look like Timeout staying very true to their defense as they're able to defend that building quite perfectly. But here we go. It's going to be the side there of Titans looking to take a couple of shots towards the side there of Greedy, as Greedy looking quite strong. But on the kill feed, RUKH Esports seems to have found Raad.
Ooh. Well, here we go. Blackjack, they've also found the Vampires as they come and knocking, rushing forward, just laying waste to everyone. And D3S could be the final victim. And now it is just a matter of time as to whether or not Blackjack gets it. Oh, there we go, Yazan. Still trying to make that final play, and the numbers really starting to dwindle. So much so that they dwindle back into the lobby. Another team getting sent back empty-handed.
Well, I guess the side there of Mo Esports will be kind of happy, given that Vampires were able to gather so much points. We're going to be back to that point in a second. As Triple Esports coming for the third party up onto Blackjack. Blackjack tried to run, but you cannot run from Triple Esports. 7 eliminations up onto Triple, and this is what we say about them. When we get into the final game of the day, these guys seem to wake up a beast that we've not seen before.
Oh man, Triple just looking to be out on a rampage yet again. They've cleaned up the entirety of this edge position towards the bridge. The only team left for them to try and deal with is going to be the players there from Mind Weapon, but we also then see the players there from Smash making their approach towards the zone. They could be taking the dip right into the drink. Yep, Rolex not even going to be looking for parking. Instead, they just fly down into the water. And now comes the difficult part. Right now, they need to either sink or swim. But look at the setup coming through here from the Mind Weapon.
Yep, and it's funny how they're not taking any shots towards Triple Esports. It does look like they want Triple Esports to make it over across the bridge so they can make their own play across the bridge. But it's impressive seeing the way Triple Esports have handled themselves in the 2 military island-based finishes that we've seen so far. Right, we would always see them clear out everything that is out there on the northern side of that bridge before they begin to make their way onto the bridge, and it always works out for them.
Well, let's see where they're gonna go now. I mean, some pretty easy rotation for them to just pull across. I mean, completely uncontested, not a single shot even really being fired in their direction. You can't say the same about Smash. Now it's gonna be a little bit of a problematic play here for them, as Rolex is met with a few shots. They've got Ra'ad also just swimming up ahead of them, and RUKH now have a beautiful setup here to just go absolutely rampant and just pick up all these fishes.
Yep, it's time to go fishing, and I really wonder what Smash team had in mind when they decided to embark on this very late rotation, because it did not pay out well for them. They visit the donut shop, go out with 0 points to their name just because they decided to come in for that rotation very late. Because we did look at them staying in that blue zone up onto stage 4. That is not the play.
Yeah, that is super unfortunate that they were so late in their rotation, but either which way, it's going to be Titan in hand now. Going toe to toe, looking to see who will be the one to clutch it out. The shots connect on through, and Axa trying to hold on, but Plaza denies any continuation, and down they go, taken out with 6 eliminations to their name, at least points on the board.
Yep, at least they do not visit our wonderful donut shop, which we need to come up with a name for, by the way. So, as if you're watching, we need a name for our donut shop.
Yes. So we need to decide on a menu and all of those things. But for the time being, we are seeing a very vacant eastern side of the zone now coming through here. I mean, Triple again starting to mobilize, moving forward. We got Vista and Virtual Gaming Squad getting right down to business. As Aboud just runs over Malik, making it look so effortless.
Yep, and Vista Gaming looking to gather as much points as possible, push themselves further up on that leaderboard. Side of Virtual Gaming Squad, unfortunately, that will be the end of the run. I don't think they got enough points to get themselves into that top 12 position. That is them out, and the side of URUS would remain jubilant for the time being a little bit happy that, you know, that is one less team that we have to worry about that is coming for our spot.
Yes, well, as we know, speaking about plots and spots and all those things, of course, we know Vista started off the match with 108 points to their name. They've now risen up to 110 points, so things are looking on the up and up, but it's not looking so up for all the players there from the Mind Weapon, as they've just lost a player. Maybe that could have been the entire team now, just getting taken on out. But of course, the zone will continue to move, just shifting a slight bit over on towards that eastern side. Yep, the Mind Weapon rather, definitely being confirmed. And now it's all up to what's going to come through here. I mean, we got RUKH, we got Ra'ad, we got Triple, all still having to venture forward into this next zone.
I kind of did my math now, and Ra'ad really need only 4 points to catch up onto the side of URUS. We've seen them realize that URUS is out, and you can see them playing it very carefully. They're still alive up onto 6th position, of which would have worked out very perfectly for them if we're using the old point system. But right now, with this new point system, they really need to get to at least 4th position in order to get as many points as they need to overtake the side here of URUS.
Well, as we know, URUS, they've already picked up 2 points, so we're going to add that into the equation as well, right? So, whatever it is that they needed, they need to add 2 to that to surpass the players there from URUS to gain entry into that top 16. And currently, URUS sitting on 92 points, 5 points behind the players there from the side of Blackjack. And of course, as we move into the next one, yep, 6 points is what we need to see come through from Ra'ad, but they've not found a single point, as they've not had any eliminations yet.
Exactly. So they either have to find a way to camp it to second place, or they need to start getting those elims. They're not seated in a very good position heading into this next circle, and it's only a matter of time before they start getting taken out one after the other. But we do see the side of Black Hand facing their sights onto the side of RUKH Esports, and Ra'ad would also add a little bit of ginger to that fight.
Oh, yes, but let's see whether or not it is going to be only Ginger, or will there be a little bit of Wasabi to come through as well, as we can see Eugene now just trying to survive out this onslaught, but Triple, they look so relentless in their efforts. But Pusher trying to make that play again, but we don't see that MG3 coming through this time around, but they got to make the most of the hand they've been dealt, and Triple already sitting up on 8 now, spotting a bit of an opportunity maybe towards Black Hand, but that is going to be Ra'ad now facing these casualties as again gets picked up. Ghazi now trying to push up, but Hazem coming under fire as the shots are relentless. Plaza and Storm coming hot on their heels.
Yeah, very beautiful splits coming through from the side of Black Hand as we see them holding it up on that northern side, but they need to start getting condensed, or maybe the players that are out there in the center, I'm talking about Core and RUKH, really need to start placing their focus on yet another team. But speaking of teams that are getting focused on, it is Ra'ad down to just Ghazi, and this is not what they want. They have to find a way to get elimination as they're about to get thirsted. It's a battle on who owns the thirst, and it's going to be Black Hand to claim it.
Well, Ghazi either needs to find 6 eliminations or make it, well, to second place somehow, some way. They are being trapped out in that blue zone while the players from RUKH Esports are getting ripped to pieces. But now up comes the head Plaza, just dancing around the block. Ghazi not going to be jumping at any opportunities. Instead, going to be waiting to see if there will be a way to get out. But they are denied anything as Storm reaches in and stops them in their tracks.
Make that Black Hand already up by what, 8 eliminations if not 9, and they're looking to increase that one as RUKH Esports would finally push in there, and it's going to be Storm putting in a whole lot of work. 10 eliminations up onto their name. Triple Esports though still looking very strong on that west as they would begin to make their mountain or make their move into that circle.
Well, let's see where Plaza's going to go now. Old boy just showing him a little bit of love, tapping away. But fortunately for Plaza, that vehicle does provide some good coverage, but it's not going to be enough as the shots rain through, and that is now carnage all over the place. It is a quick response also being dealt over on towards Thor, but look at this Old boy trying to make some noise as we can see Storm rushing forward, trying to bring in that res. And this could be the opportunity now for Black Hand to maybe try and capitalize on this because they have the setup within the zone. Triple Esports, they don't have anything.
Yeah, I think this is the point where Koa and Red Dogs really need to play calmly. Have to find a way to suppress the players there from Triple Esports as they look to be applying so much pressure onto the circle. Black Hand, the only team in the circle. The players there from from Timeout happen to have all 4 players alive, but they're going for more of that Western rotation, which would find them clashing into the side there of Triple Esports.
Oh, this could be a risky play. Again, we see a lot of that mobility coming through, but Mido, oh, in trouble. No. Up comes the hits. Yes, Chemo just uproots them right then and there, but up comes the full send now from Timeout, trying to get the jump on towards Triple, and it is Thor just swinging the hammer, denying any of that, and a quick ray is about to come through, but Desha, the final hopeful now on the side here of Timeout. Will they be able to survive? We still have Old Boy, who could just leverage that position and get the finishing blow.
Yeah, speaking of leveraging position, I'm kind of surprised to see the side of Black Hand not quite do anything in this engagement. I would have expected them to draw a little bit closer, try to take advantage of what is going on here. As we see the side of Timeout playing this actually so recklessly onto the side of Triple Esports as they would lose Desha, Mido, the last player left in the smoke, and the side of Triple Esports continues to increase their elimination count. 11 now to the name, and they're looking to continue, but Black Hand now would suffer to the side here of Vista Gaming, who seem to be pulling up just right behind them.
Oh, this is going to be a very, very scary fight. But now it is going to be Mido now trying to hold on. Up comes Triple. They still have a full force to work with. But the pressure is on. Black Hand also now dealing with the side there of Vista. So we are down to our final 3 teams. And Mido, the only solo here up against the full forces. That is Koa now reaching across, picking up the knock, but gets instantly downed as Icy finds the spray. Mido, no time to show trigger discipline. You need to spray because they're going to move in and wipe you off of your angle.
Yep, and it definitely that is what happened as IC would find that and go up onto middle. It is now the 4v4 showdown. Triple Esports on 12 Elim. Same thing can be said about the side there of Black Hand. It is now a showdown. Who takes this one over? It is long range engagement out here on the military base. But one player there is going to be Old Boy moving closer and closer to the side of Black Hand. They hear him. Grenades up onto his position, but he will not fall quite yet.
Oh, but here we go. Both teams sitting on 12 eliminations either side. So Black Hand and Triple, this is the kind of fight that we want to see. We've already seen Triple bring in that, well, Triple win a chicken dinner. Black Hand having pretty good success as well. But is this going to be the opportunity now? IC taking a little bit of that damage. RUKH trying to play the coverage here, but I mean, we are yet to see Triple really push in towards the zone. We do have IC and Old Boy starting to create a bit of an opening here. Old Boy trying to lure the players from Black Hand further down that hillside and potentially give an opportunity there at Kimo and Thor to come through. A bit of a retaliation, but now up comes the head. IC taking even more and more hits.
I think I like what the side there of Triple Esports are playing here. Using IC as that distraction onto the side there of Black Hand. And you can see Black Hand really falling for that bait because we see them focusing so much of their attention onto the side there of IC. But then there's Old Boy, there's Kimo, and then there is also Thor pushing up closer and closer onto the side there of Black Hand. And I really enjoy the way Triple Esports is playing this one so far.
Oh, but I mean, this position from Black Hand looking so favorable. But as we saw now, thanks to the push coming through there from Triple, it doesn't allow them a great vantage point over this ridgeline. Koa cannot see the players there from Triple who are just encroaching on their positioning. So this is going to be a very exciting play once they just clear that crest. But here we go. Old Boy sends out a nade, forcing Koa to just quickly reposition. Ducking back behind cover, and out comes the hit. That's going to be IC all the way down on that far southern side, reaching through. Kimo does find RUKH, and this is now the players from Triple getting ready to mount their full show. Goa could be the next one to fall as we have Ice Boy just to start push around the corner. All the hits come in, managing to survive some way. But Goa super low on the bar, not having opportunity to get themselves patched back up, and Kimo just drives it in, but up comes a quick knock, now following through onto Triple. It is going to be Plaza and Storm left to fight it out for that far last little bit of a stand. Icy still holding on to that off angle positioning, but Kimo and Thor now focusing all their efforts forward. Plaza so low on that health bar. A little bit of a cough could end it for them, but out comes the utilities, the mollies, everything getting sent all over the place. And Storm holding on. Plaza manages to pitch themselves back up, but up comes Icy, spotting out a little bit of those pixels out of place.
And you can just tell that Triple Esports right now, the advantage they have is this position here being held by IC. They're looking to grab their revives up on the top of the hill, and their HPs are back to normal, which means the full send up onto Plaza will be coming through anytime soon. We do see Storm still down behind the rock, but I do not see this game going in any manner to the side there of Black Hand. Plaza does seem to have a whole lot of trouble towards his position as Thor. We've been waiting for that man to show us what he could do, and he's out here showing us exactly that he knows what he's doing. He knows how to frag. The damage will be done up onto Plaza, and it's only a matter of time. Icy is going to start to move now. Force that movement from Storm as he finds the shots from the bottom of the buggy, and it's just one player left. Through the bottom of the vehicles, Icy looks for the shots. Plaza would stand, and he would fall. Triple Esports, 4 chicken dinners.
Wow. I mean, absolutely insane. This is Triple just stacking it up. I mean, you said before it was Triple because they had that one carryover chicken from yesterday, but now adding into today, that is triple chickens today. Unfortunately not back-to-back, but still a super insane and hella impressive performance coming through. And again, hitting an absolutely insane number of eliminations. But you got to give it to Black Hand as well, also putting up quite a phenomenal show.
It was a showdown at the end. A 4v4 between two very strong teams. And what more could you expect from these two teams? Look at the way they played that one out. Triple Esports going for the IQ plays there. And that is what I love about that play. On the normal ground, we'd see players that go to that position where IC is begin to lose their focus. But we saw IC just went to that position to just strike that knowledge to the opponents that, oh, you guys need to know that I am here. So if you actually misbehave, I could shoot at you, but he did not. He was just there chilling and watching them like, oh, okay, I'll just be that distraction. And you could tell because the side of Black Hand, every time they try to take shot at the guys up the hill, you'd see them look towards Icy's position because they know there is that off angle. And it's such a beautiful play coming through from Triple Esports. I love it. 16 elims, that's what I want.
Oh, yes, sir. That is indeed what we want. And again, the second highest elims that we've seen, right? Really challenging these points. But of course, let's take a look at the highlights rather from this past match. Oh man, some pretty exciting replays coming through here. The teams just, again, showcasing their talents and their capabilities. And I mean, what you were saying about Icy's position being situated rather down on that southern edge, I have to agree with you. It is such a big brain strat, and I mean, it allows quite a bit of flexibility for the rest of the team there from Triple, as we saw, to move in and just really make it so difficult for Blackhand to make any kind of gains.
Yeah, exactly. And I really enjoy that because Kimu standing up to show us that he can actually frag out was also something I enjoyed to see. And Triple Esports, 26 points, coming so close to beating that record being set by the side there of Titan Gaming. And bruh, I just cannot get over that final 4v4 fight that we saw between both teams.
I mean, we wanted to see the action, we wanted to see the excitement, and that is exactly what they delivered with. But, I mean, TIMEOUT also putting up a strong performance, right? Getting themselves secured with those 10 points, 5 eliminations coming through on the back of that, and it was a pretty sweaty play looking at Triple and Blackhand just duking it out. But even Titans, right? Even though they didn't get a replacement, they still were able to secure themselves a decent helping of eliminations.
Yep, and that is one thing that we enjoy about the Titans, right? They knew what they were doing going into that game. And I like the fact that they're able to take advantage of this military island zones, right? We'll see them go straight into that military island early on in the game and start to gather themselves a couple of elimination points, put it up on board. VISTA Gaming also having quite a good game. Unfortunately, they tried to play spoiler for the side of Blackhand, but unfortunately, they did get taken out. And RUKH Esports, this is pretty much the best performance we've seen from RUKH Esports today.
Yeah, I mean, it is pretty much essentially their best play for the day. But looking at the second page, it's looking a little bit different, right? RUKH, as we know, they were able to secure themselves a chicken dinner, but come this final game on Erangel, yeah, only 2 points to the name. At least that came through from placement. And URUS also making up for that with only eliminations. But Smash, Greedy, Lag, and the Wall of Battle. Yeah, welcome to the donut shop.
Welcome to the donut shop, and it's actually interesting to see that a couple of these teams were able to retain their position on that leaderboard, because I'm pretty sure that with what URUS has done, they would maintain their position up there in that top 12. I'm kind of sad about the way the World of Battle played these last 3 games going into today. They did start off on a very strong foot at the beginning of the day, but unfortunately they just began to fall off going into the final games. And even this last game too, they did not quite put the points up on board. But I guess now we should know the top 12 teams that will be heading into that Vikendi game.
Yep, it is that time, right? Vikendi is going to be just around the corner, so be sure to stay tuned. I'll be right back with you after the break.
نجمة جالكسي غادرة ومن التايتن وخيول كازاخية انقفت من هناك، وهنا أسد ينقف. نعم سباسيال مزيان يا مارشال مزيان. إلى هذا الزون يحاول أنه يدخل زون، لكن خلينا نركز هنا مع هذه الفايتات. بسيخ بإصابة ثانية
مؤذيتين بإصابات مؤذية في صفوف الشاذوين المكشوف. يا الله
يغادر على يد الأرأيت بيبدأ.
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Spring 2023 season. It is the end of phase number 1, which means we are getting ready to venture over in towards Vikendi. Now, before we do that, we need to take a look and see who our top 12 teams are that are going to be stepping out into the frozen wastelands of Vikendi.
Yeah, I really cannot wait to see what these 12 teams are. Although I feel like it's still the top 12 teams that we saw going into today. But right now, I'm just so happy that we're going to get to see Vikendi because really, Vikendi is that map that we're all out here for. Triple Esports breaking that 200 points mark. 6 chicken dinners to their name. 130 eliminations, 214 points in total. You just love to see that one coming through from them.
I mean, they've just blown all the chickens out of the water. What a performance that has been coming through from Triple here today. 3 chicken dinners in a single day. But of course, Blackhand trying to keep up a contentious position there. As we see, there's a little bit of a gap starting to develop. I mean, we're looking at about, 30, 40 point difference between that first and second place. But it is still a very, very contentious play. Moving further down, right? We got Titans hot on their heels. We got RUKH there as well. With CRYPTICS also then just 10 points behind the players from RUKH. But we also then need to see what that second page looks like, right? We know who the top 8 teams are. We need to know who the other 4 are that are going to be venturing through. And of course, it is going to be VISTA, LAG, Blackjack, and URUS.
Rad, the wall of battle. You could see how close they came, right? And well, top 12 would we be clocking our top 12 at 92 points today, which means we would set that that bubble for the next phase to be at 90 points to see if 90 points would be enough to actually get you into that final Vikendi game of the day. But man, nonetheless, it's interesting to see Blackjack Esports. They've actually done so well. TEAMLAG also doing so well heading into this one. VISTA Gaming would be heading into that Vikendi game. And I do not know if you can show that graphic of all the Vikendi rewards, but it would be nice to take a look at that Vikendi rewards one more time before we head into that Vikendi game.
Yeah, just to know what's going to be coming up. And of course, well, here we have it, right? So we could look for a little bit of that Robin Hood action. So we will have a reward for the most crossbow eliminations. And that's definitely a weapon that we've not been seeing too much utilization of.
I feel like if this were to be S12K, there'll be so many people in contention for that one. But this time, it's not the S12K, nor would it be the DVS. It's the eliminations with the crossbow. And I'm going to be keeping a close eye on the loadouts that each of these teams would be going for heading into this Vikendi games. I want to see if actually people will be going for that big, will be going for that risky play carrying the crossbow.
Oh, I mean, there's only one way to find out, right? There's only one way to see who will be the ones to go crazy with this. But of course, also, I think another important or exciting one is going to be the viewer's choice, right? Is it going to come down to the fan favorite? Is it going to be our MVP from, across the board? Who will those votes go towards? And also, that could also be the very same person who locks in the most total eliminations. So there's going to be a lot to be discovered as we are going to be venturing across over on towards Vikendi. But, crowds, this is where I want to ask, right? For me personally, I would like to see a flight pod that is going to be cutting straight down the middle, right down the center of Vikendi, right? With the zone potentially going a little bit more towards Dobro Mesto, right? That's the Dobro Mesto. That's where I want to see the action maybe come into that regional, maybe even Goroka.
I think I'm with you on the Dobro Mesto zone. And the only reason why I'm with you on the Dobro Mesto zone is because we do know that Vikendi is one map that doesn't shy away from water finishes. I like to see a finish that or a zone that finishes or that ends in the water, or at least somewhere close to there. So I'm looking at the shorelines in terms of the zone rotation and the zone position. And that's what I'm looking forward to Vikendi. I'm just so pumped.
Oh yes, oh yes, oh yes. And I mean, we've got quite a few exciting spots scattered all throughout this map. Well, of course, we've got Castle in there. That could sometimes be a little bit of a contentious play, but also Cosmodrome, right? We've seen in the past quite a bit of focus being brought up in towards Cosmodrome as well. So not a lot of time left for us to see where the zone is going to be going, as we are going to be heading into our final match, our bonus match, right here with our 12 teams on board. Oh, we got the Cosmodrome right down below. So that means that we are, well, flying from north to south, but pulling in right alongside Volnova.
I mean, for many people who just started watching PUBG Mobile competitive probably in the last year or two, you probably wonder, what are these names that these dudes are calling out? Well, wonder no further as we have them all on our faces, and we'll be looking forward to seeing where all of these teams will jump. You know, we were looking at a little bit of arguments as to if you're not landing in GREEDY or the Villa, are you really playing Vikendi?
Oh, I mean, so my spot to go is into Tovar, right? That's where I like to go. Tovar, if I play Vikendi, that's where I head, and that's the spot I call home. So if you're ever looking for me out on Vikendi, that's where you would find me. But please don't. In the meanwhile, we do see a little bit of a break off, right? Blackjack, they're pushing over towards Peshkova. We've got Lag heading in the direction there of Zabaya, and potentially even up in towards Port. Well, that is exactly where Mexico is going, but no one really pulling up in towards Cosmodrome.
Yeah, which is interesting, and I would understand. Cosmodrome does happen to be that open part of Vikendi where, you know, it gets a little bit risky. We'll be getting that much of a eastern zone, but we do already have the hot drops getting started. Triple Esports and CRYPTICS out here in this in the GREEDY area, and you know, we were talking about that curse: win a chicken dinner, and then the next game you might just go out early. But I don't know if Triple Esports will be falling for that one. I see trying to see if he can ward off the side there of CRYPTICS as they look to have all sorts of shotguns in hand, pushing upstairs, looking to go for that man, looking for the free fire. 50 bullets in the clip would be enough to get one player down. Switches over back to the AKM, would be able to find two. The side of CRYPTICS down to just one more. Reload has to come through from Icy, but he's gonna up to get out of the building, at least for the time being, looking to play from more different angles. But Old Boy now coming in for the clutch and triple. We'll get that one done and dusted. The BM gotta put salt to the injury, but man, look at that defense coming through from Icy there.
I mean, we were wanting to see action, and we got a bucket load of it. But you know what we didn't see, Crowns?
What?
We didn't
The
see any
crossbow.
crossbows. Imagine that fight with a crossbow. I mean, that would have been insane to watch, right? But either which way, there could still be a bit of an opportunity for that to eventually happen. I mean, Titans pulling up in towards Volnova. It's similar to, I mean, pretty much Los Leones, like you would have over on Miramar. So an interesting position to go for the setup here, and I'm curious to see whether or not URUS are going to be looking to rotate in behind them potentially.
Yeah, URUS will be going more for that winery area. That's kind of a place that sometimes I would land there when I'm trying to avoid those odd drops. But man, when we talk about that winery, it's part of that brown part of Vikendi. Kind of gives you a feel of some of the other maps. And, you know, even rumor has it that if you head further down from there, you'd get into Erangel. But we're not going to talk about that one right now. Arab Golden would be in Tovar, where you like to be. Hopefully, we'd see
Yes.
like a good game coming through from them.
Well, they have to now have a good game. That's just how it works, right? If you drop into VAR, that's what you got to do. You got to play a good game. I mean, I don't know if that's too much to ask, but we'll find out soon enough. But they are going to be tested because they got RUKH, at least one of the RUKHs, just holding alongside here, alongside the position here is going to be Rami in the immediate area. Oh, yep, there we go. You got to watch for that angle as Rami now just pops around the corner. Quality could fall next alongside Broly.
Still not a crossbow in hand, but this time it's the DBS. These players have they have their mind set up on the DBS. Rami though, good for two. As the side of Arab Golden, we lose one more player. RUKH Esports looking to now get this redemption that they've been ever so finding. Quality now, low on HP, and the DBS would come in clutch and push her from the side as Rudolph will be the last player left for Arab Golden. Does send the nade through, but will not connect as he has to hold it up. G36 in and waiting for that push. DBS in hand, tries to see if he can get the knock, but up top would be Rami to get that complete three-piece onto the side there of Arab Golden Esports.
Yeah, RUKH just shook that one up completely, but GREEDYFORKILLS coming in on the back end there, so there could be another little bit of continuation coming through from them there as well. So let's see what Greedy are going to be doing. Are they going to look to set up a bit of a gatekeep, because the bridge towards the castle area is just up ahead of them, so that could be a phenomenal setup coming through on that side. Meanwhile, URUS going to be taking a little bit more of a spreaded out approach. I mean, Weiss also just moving down to that far southern bridge.
Yeah,
And I'm really looking forward to how the side of URUS would be making their crossover to the right-hand side of that zone. Because as we do know, the zone does have a majority up there. We've not really gotten the chance to talk about another major part out here in Vikendi, which is Port Vosto. We do see the players there from Vista holding it up there. But Vosto is kind of like the Painan. If you look at it, it kind of has like two sides, and you can see Vista capitalizing on both sides, having players on each side of the city.
But then what would you call the cement factory? Because cement factory is also a very hot and heated spot to play in. So
where would cement factory be if we're going
maybe
to
like
make it?
Millie or something, right? Almost like Millie based on the kind of spread that you've got in the area there. I mean, not a lot of buildings, but definitely a lot of angles to play from.
Yeah, definitely a whole lot of angles to play from. We did see Peshkova being held by the side of Blackjack Esports as they do make their rotations now down to the south. Vikendi could get a little bit lonely, especially given that it's a 6x6 map. So I'm pretty sure the guys there from Blackjack Esports might be feeling a little bit lonely as they head further into the circle. The entire east is free for them. Hopefully they can make use of that space.
Well, I'm pretty sure they'll be able to make use of that. Meanwhile, we do see the players there from Wave trying to maybe sneak into the cave that we've got just towards the north side there of Port Vosto. It does seem like that is exactly where they are, right? Either that or they found some interesting compound that I'm maybe not fully aware of. But either which way, they could have a little bit of company heading in their directions. We can see Wave also venturing through. But Black Hand, they just out there sipping on blue juice, right? They've not yet started to commit to rotation moving forward.
Yeah, and it's surprising, at least for me, because I know Blackhand is that team that really likes the late rotations, but I wouldn't expect them to be playing late rotations heading into Vikendi, especially given the fact that we've only got 12 teams in the map. So I feel like having 12 teams means you need to start going out for those elims early on, because I mean, we started with so many players and now we're down to 39. So being in the blue zone for this long, I don't know if they're saving it up for that final play. I don't know how that might end up, but we'll see.
Yeah. Again, blue zone is going to be a factor to take into consideration here. But looking at what we've got from our current team's positionings, I mean, there's no one really having a major advantage with regard to that. But we do see GREEDYFORKILLS and Triple getting into a little bit of an altercation here with Greedy already finding quite a few of the triples there. And they're now just down to a duo. So Greedy could really look to cause quite a bit of a problematic play here for them.
Yep, and Triple Esports, I don't know. I feel like they're that team that is ready for it regardless of what is happening. They're already up onto a good start. You can tell that IC is probably feeling pumped, given that 1v3 that he was able to do. And speaking of 1v3, I really hope you guys are watching in the chat because you get to select the highlight moments. And right now, I'm putting down 2 highlight moments we've seen so far. So keep your eye out.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure IC should also feel pretty much at home, right? This is the map that kind of plays to their name as well, right? It is pretty icy, so let's see what is going to be shaking on up as we do have Zuxi prepping up for a little bit of action. But as we return over towards Titan, they've now spotted out the RUKH moving through, but I'm not quite sure whether or not they've gotten eyes on the players there from URUS. But oh, there we go, RUKH now rolling down the hillside as the vehicles go boom.
Yep, vehicles going boom is nothing new in this map of Vikendi, as it's easy for most of the vehicles that come here actually do go down quite easily. The Dacia does seem to be what RUKH Esports is using, and you can barely even see them rendering on the screen. Titans, what are you on?
I don't know. Maybe they took a bit of an ice bath or something before all the action here. But here we go. Eugene now trying to rush on forward. Up comes P6 with the shots. It is going to be a pretty tough play. And down they go. Oh, the hits now just doubling on down. But it is going to be Pusher up high, trying to reach on through. But fortunately, they do have a vehicle there for coverage, but again, they're getting cornered out on the edge of the zone. And I like this play coming through from Teak, just getting up close and personal, waiting for them to move out.
Yep, this is the gatekeep that they are very, very ready for. Vikendi being Vikendi means they can actually spend their time taking this fight, because rotation into the circle is not something that will be too hard, given that the terrain is not very unforgiving. As P6 would find yet another knock onto the side there of RUKH Esports. They've got one more player left, and you can see Axel definitely wants that fight. He wants it, and I really hope he uses a grenade, because we all know, look at my style, is still there.
Oh, here it goes. Here it goes. Could that be a doozy? Oh, almost one in. Second one gets sent across. No,
UMP does do the damage.
There we go.
Nah. No, use the nades.
I think they forgot. I think they forgot about the Vikendi rewards. I mean, we've also not seen a single crossbow. Maybe they're saving that for the final zone, right? Just to hit that final nail in the coffin. But in the meantime, Titans enjoying their spoils as they have full possession of the southern side of zone. But the rest of the teams now starting to draw in towards, well, potentially the cement factory and Port Vosto.
Yeah, and we already see Blackhand making their rotation into the circle from that northern side. They would lose Plaza on that rotation, and late rotation right now not quite playing well for them, as they will continue to take shots from the side there of Wavy Sports. The question is Wavy Sports actually going to go for this full send, as we have Laggy Sports now pulling just right behind them?
Oh, yeah, that was a little bit of tunnel vision coming through from Wave. But interesting to see that Lag not fully sending it in just yet. I mean, they know that there's a little bit of something happening on the side here. As Emo, tries to get back on the roof, but not really pulling off that jump just yet. Knight and the rest of Lag now waiting patiently to see if anyone is going to dare venture in their direction. But, I mean, Wave, they've actually got the more opportune positioning here, because Blackhand and Lag essentially need to move towards them.
Yep, and with Vikendi being that map that has a lot of buildings, it means they also have a lot of buildings to work towards too. And you know, the third-party action might not be too imminent, given that, you know, they have a lot of cover in between them and the rest of the teams.
Oh, but there we go. All right, so Wave is down. Hemo getting picked up. One knock, still holding strong. We can hear those vehicles getting prepped as Lag are deciding whether or not they want to rush forward or maybe get to the opposite end of Factory. It does seem like they're making a play for the opposite end of Factory. And I think it's just in due course, right? Because just on time now, they can look to leverage the... Oh, never mind. I mean, A9Q, not quite sure where they're driving towards. But that's not how you park in this area.
Well, I mean, he's proving the worth of his driver's license out there. I was having the choice of speaking to the Minister of Transportation, probably revoke that license. But he does look to get himself out of that mess that he found himself in. Center Circle will be held by Triple Esports, Greedy4Kills, and we have the side there of Blackjack Esports, also somewhere around there, as we see a lot of these skirmishes happening up on the north.
Well, in Titans, they have easy pickings down south. I mean, they got a little bit of that loot crate action happening there, and no one to challenge them. But now they can move further afield, look to push in that southern positioning. And this could, of course, mean that they will be finding the players from URUS there. But I don't know if URUS are going to be able to really sustain a fight coming through from the side of Titan.
Well, we'll find out. I mean, we've seen URUS be that team that know how to attack. It's a question of how they can defend. And look at that. The zone does actually favor more of that eastern side. I actually was about to say, I really hope the zone favors that western side. So all of these teams would have to cross all the way back, because they did seem to be very confident about that eastern shift that will be coming through from that circle. And indeed, the circle did go over to the east. That's a crossbow. Pick it up.
Oh, did he get it? Did he get it?
No.
Man. Why not? Why not? We want to see crossbows.
Yeah, I think these guys are going to keep it till like the final week. Maybe when they know that they're really going to get into the finals, then they might decide to start chasing some of those flamboyance points, like look at my style and all that. But right now, it does look like everybody's on their strictly business.
Oh, yes. I mean, like, for me, business is business. Here's crossbows. That's what I want to see. That shows that the teams mean business. I want to see a full squad just running around with crossbows, going crazy. The likeliness of that happening, I don't really think it's all that likely. But in the meantime, we got Rhino with a very similar situation what we had with Blackhand over on one of our Erangels.
Yep, they're finding themselves down the bottom of the hill They have to ward off all of these shots coming through from the side of Lag Esports. We've seen Lag Esports actually hold top of mountains before or high ground positions. Last time we did see them on the Miramar game, they were not quite able to do the most with it. And right now, they're not quite getting so much elims because I would expect them to get at least one knock onto the side of GREEDYFORKILLS and full send it into that compound.
Yeah, that play would make sense, but is that going to be the opportunity that they're aiming for right here? Meanwhile, Titans, they're going to be looking to expand their options here as we can see B6 now reaching across over into the side of Blackjack, taking that first hit. And now it's the opportunity for Titans either to push on forward or just get a quick repositioning going here.
I mean, they do have one player knocked, which means that will slow down their push. But the side of Blackjack Esports have 2 revives to deal with. P6 already full sending it out the hill as Tick would be the one tendering to the injured. And it doesn't look like they'll be going for that full send yet.
Well, a very calculated play coming through there from Titans. Instead, it does seem like they want to advance a little bit more onto the eastern side. Meanwhile, Triple, they've just been chilling, right? They just got a good spot there, close to center zone. We're waiting to see where the next phase is going to be taking us. But surprisingly, these teams not really getting all too aggressive just yet. But this next shift could help things along a little bit more, right? GREEDYFORKILLS now having a more opportune positioning here, but it's still Lag up in Cement Factory. They could still cause quite a bit of problem, especially for VISTA, Wave, and potentially Black Hand.
Yeah, definitely. Especially with that high ground advantage they have, they will be able to put a stop to all of these teams' paroles. But man, this zone does look to be favoring the side of Triple Esports. Are we looking at a 4th chicken dinner today?
No. 3 is enough. I mean, there's only something that goes. There's only a saying for 3 chickens, right? There's nothing for 4 chickens, right? We've not come up with that because it's never really been needed. But yeah, if Triples pull that out of the hat, I would be more than impressed and probably lost for words. But yeah, I mean, with a 2-piece, I don't see that really being possible.
I mean, we'll put up a petition for them to change their name from Triple to Quadruple Esports because that would be more befitting to them. But anyway, Titan would look to go for that full send onto the side there of Blackjack Esports. Tick coming in from the side would find that angle up onto MG as the pre-fire would prevent MG from peeking out. Tick has got Molotov, but the same thing can be said about Puncher as he sends that one in. But the third party is imminent from the side of Lag Esports as the side there of Titans would have this compound to themselves. 7 eliminations up onto their name. This is just stage 5. 28 players still alive, and you can tell that Titans are already on one of their infamous rampages.
Oh, yes, they are building up momentum slowly but surely. And here we go now. It's going to be VST and Triple. Oh, but Icy getting hit on the heels. It is Chemo just on that front line. Brood also trying to sneak it up, but there we go. Oh, there we have it. The AMR came in clutch, reaching in and causing so much carnage. But of course, here we have it now. It's going to be Vista trying to regain a little bit of that ground. Look at Lag and Black Hand now going toe-to-toe. It is storm down. Koa, RUKH just hanging on in the wing. But Knight, right there in the midst of them, able to relay all that important information.
Yeah, but 2v3 fights coming through from the side of Black Hand right now. And it's a question of how well they're going to hold it. But look at RUKH go with that AMR. That dude is putting it to work.
Oh, yes. I like some of that AMR action. Well, we see a lot of that come through now. But here we have it. It's going to be Black Hand. Lag still just dancing around the block. Wave coming in behind them. So that could bring quite a bit of a disruption to this whole altercation. But I like this approach now coming through. I mean, Black Hand trying to spread themselves out. Make it ever more difficult to get an exact pin on the location. They got to watch out as one knock reaches in, but that is Mexico setting the nade up. And here we go. Koa now about to have to face the music.
Yep, because the side of Wave Esports are now here for the third party, which means Lag Esports also find themselves in a lot of trouble as we see the shots coming through towards their position. Wave Esports still playing this one very, very carefully. We know them to be that team that know how to play gatekeeper. But right now, they really need to take the fire, put the force onto the side of TEAMLAG.
Oh, but will that be there? Are they going to find it though? Koa being blessed as all the focus has been put on towards Lag. They are able to survive just that extra little bit longer. But let's see where this one will go now. Lag, Wave facing off. But Lag have the upper hand. They've got the zone at their back. And now they can force that. But it is going to be Wave finding the sprays as Escanor gets picked off. Come on, Petrox trying to find a bit of an opening here. One-Knock getting spotted outside. The shots continue to rain on down and Knight. Just ducking in and out, trying to pick them up without having that happen.
Whenever you see a player go for that crouch and you miss your shots, just know it's all over. That is what the side here of Wavy Sports have gotten to prove now as we do look at this game. Predictions will come through and it's heavily Titans. They're sitting out there on that southeastern edge, and I have to agree, they actually do have a good spot.
Yes, sir. There's no arguing with it, right? I mean, we can see the positioning they have. And again, we were talking about this. They're already starting to build up that momentum. Already sitting up on 7 elims. But in the meanwhile, it is going to be Escanor now having to face it. Here we go. Petrox and the rest of Wave just on the opposite end, looking to gain their entry point here. They want to get their foothold. Their toes dipped into the zone. It's going to be Rhino finding the head up ontowards Cacao. But here we have it. Wave now starting to be slightly picked apart as the shots continue to go through. And GREEDYFORKILLS reaching all the way in from that far southern edge.
Yeah, Vikendi never fails to come through with a third party. GREEDYFORKILLS though looking to do a lot of third party action, and even Vista Gaming have a player out there in the vicinity. Grenades will start to fall towards the side of Gaddafi and one knock, but man, the DBS shots coming in through will be causing a whole lot of hesitation from the side of Lag Esports. Gaddafi will get taken out from that flank by A9G as Lag will increase their elimination count to 5. 6 teams alive.
Well, Lag really being caught in a tough position there, but they're not out of the woods just yet. It is now still VST Vista up ahead. It's down to Mozaro, the final contender. DBS in hand, getting ready for the action. But where will it go? Escanor already hitting 182-meter hit. Up comes Mozaro now, finding a bit of an opportunity. Could they find that third-party play? As Titans and URUS go at it, and it is going to be the end of the road as URUS get confirmed. Down to the final 5 teams to go. It is Nossa now trying to represent for GREEDYFORKILLS.
Going in from the side, looking for that swing, but Axar would fall. Jump shot coming in through from Nossa would see to him being taken out of the lobby as we're down to the final 4. Titans already up to 11. I think Titans are like, you know what, Triple Esports, you came close to beating our record, and I think we're just going to increase that record so you don't come so close.
Yeah, just looking at them saying, oh, that's nice. You know, good try. Let us show you how it's done. And here we go. Mozaro now trying to bring in a little bit of a play here. Trying to hold on as long as they possibly can. We got 2 solos amongst 2 full squads. So where will this go? We've seen upsets come through from solos in the past, in previous matches. Titans now got their eyes set and they claim Mozaro. 3 teams remain. It is Koa still holding strong for the side there of Black Hand, but it is going to be Lag and Titans now getting ready to face off to settle their differences and claim control of the zone.
I mean, if Koa doesn't come in to play spoiler onto the side of Lag Esports, I think Lag Esports pretty much has the most advantage onto this fight against the side of Titan Gaming. I mean, they have the high ground. They still have all 4 players alive, so they might just be able to face off against the Titans.
That is a possibility. But we still have a little bit of something. Koa. I mean, Koa could be that major thorn in the side of Lag. I mean, and I don't even think that is too outlandish even to consider. But let's see what's going to happen here as the Titans now turn their focus over on towards Lag. They start with the utilities, trying to clear it out. Mexico could find a nade. Yes, it does. Off it is. 1 down, 3 to go. Up comes the spray, the rush. A9Q not trying to hold on, but that is going to be Black Hand now getting taken down. It is Lag and Titans to fight for this final chicken dinner. But who will get it? Lag. 1 player down already. Titans just building up their momentum, already sitting on 12 eliminations.
Yep, and it does look like it might just get increased because Lag Esports, they've allowed the Titans to push up this close, which means the Titans have the chance. P6 will find yet another knock, and there comes the push from Puncher. And take DBS in hand would be enough to take Escanor down, as they're now down to a 4v2, 14 eliminations. P6 knows exactly where they are, and look at them going straight for it. Axar, he's got no patience, heading straight into the warehouse with the guns, but think he's going to be the first man to go down. Mexico able to get that 1 elim, but here comes the swing from the side. Axar will fall. Mexico still trying to hold it up, but he's going to meet the DBS to the face. And Titans would get that chicken dinner. 16 elims, and they even the Tides with triple.
Well, what a performance that was coming through from Titan Gaming. I mean, once they were able to encircle lag, it was done, right? That was it. It was just absolutely done. They were like, you know what? Let's just do it. Well, I'm happy to see that they didn't decide to rush in with fans, right? They went with the weapons. I would have appreciated crossbows, but I mean, still an absolutely phenomenal job being done there by Titan Gaming.
I like the fact that they understood that all they needed to do was apply pressure onto the teams that was up the hill. And from the instance they were able to get one player just get up the top of that cliff, that was all they needed. Puncher doing an absolutely great job in that push. Same thing can be said about AXA applying the pressure, but you've got to give it up too for Lag Esports. They did actually try to hold the defense, but unfortunately just wasn't enough for that force coming through from Titan Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, it was a valiant effort being brought through there by Lag Esports, so well done, well played. But of course, well, as we know, right, that map wrapped it up, right? That is all the games, all the action that we had here today. But it is, of course, the opportunity for us to take a bit of a look and see what the leaderboards look like, right? We are going to be making our way towards that. We also have a few of those highlights that are going to be coming through. But again, I mean, looking at Vikendi, it is so exciting to see 12 teams stepping out onto it. Let's take a look at those highlights. Well, there we go. Some pretty exciting action yet again. But Grounds, now it's that time, right? We need to see the match rankings. We need to see how many points the teams were able to lock in our final or top 12 teams, just strengthening their position even more so. I mean, where's it going to end?
Alga Titan. That is what we're chanting out here today. 26 points for the Titan Gaming, and they're here to tell. I feel like this is actually a statement on the top of the board. They're like, you know what, we can do better than that, or we can also get that many elims. But Lag Esports able to get 13 points up on board. GREEDYFORKILLS also able to get themselves a couple of points up on the board. VISTA Gaming also doing the same. You just love to see these numbers coming in through, and URUS also.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. URUS definitely securing a decent finish on that one. I mean, Black Hand picking up 5 points. Not a single elimination in sight, but it's not the end of the world, right? It's not the worst finish that they could have had. Still bringing in quite a phenomenal play. I mean, Koa just being able to survive it all the way out into that third place finish, and it pays off at the end of the day. But well played to our teams on this first page. We need to take a look and see what the points look like when we venture over on towards the second page. And of course, here we have it. It's going to be Wave coming in with 3. We have the players from CRYPTICS sitting on 1. And unfortunately, Blackjack and Arab Golden not getting a single drop.
I mean, it's all good for Arab Golden. I mean, they're already up at that top 7, top 8 position. But Blackjack Esports, on the other hand, they found themselves closer to that top, 12 bubble. And given that URUS were able to put up a couple of points up on board, I'm pretty sure Blackjack will find themselves lower, positioned lower actually on that overall rankings.
Yeah, and as we know, of course, the teams that played this Vikendi had the opportunity to strengthen their standing in that top 12. So it is going to be applying so much more pressure on the team sitting in 13th further down to try and close up any of that deficit, close up any of those gaps. But of course, we could also then take a look at the overall rankings to see what the situation is point-wise for these teams at the end of our very first phase. Of course, Triple still going to be sitting very comfortably up at the top on 219 points. And Titans missing 200 with a single point.
Just one more elimination that they needed, and they would have been in the 200-point gang. But you've just got to admire that 20 points lead coming through from the side there of Triple Esports. Is that 20 or 10? I think it's 10.
20. Yeah,
20 actually. Yeah, 20-point lead coming through from Triple Esports. Forgive our math. But anyway, it is nice to see Black Hand falling off a little bit to 3rd position. But if we're going to talk about fall off, we're going to be talking about RUKH Esports. I do not understand what happened in the last 2 days, but this is not the RUKH Esports we saw at the beginning of this phase.
Yeah, I mean it's been a pretty tough run if we look at the amount of points that RUKH were able to bring in. I think the biggest upset for RUKH came in especially in yesterday's performance because I mean if we look at how they played the first few days, right? Day 1, day 2, they were sitting with pretty strong points that they were able to bring in. Moving into day number 3, also still keeping a very consistent play, bringing in the 4th highest points of the day. But day number 4, that's where things started to fall apart a little bit. I mean, they only locked in 14 points, and one of those was from placement.
Yeah, which is very sad, man. Like I said, rookie sports, this is not what we love to see from you, but it's just actually does go to make a statement, right? Because at the end of the day, we know that going into the finals, depending on your bonus points, you get a head start. And this rookie sports is just showing you that when you get a head start, it actually works for you because they got themselves a head start at the beginning of the phase. And ever since then, regardless of how much bad games they have, they were still able to maintain their spot in that top 4.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, so it shows that they are super capable, but let's take a look and see what the situation is. Moving on to the second page, of course, Arab Golden closing off the first page with 120 points, and it is shared by Vista Gaming, also then sitting on 120 points. But Arab Golden, they've got 3 winner-winner chicken dinners under their belt. So, that is a little bit of a differentiating factor coming through there.
Yeah, we actually did see Vista Gaming pull through clutch today. 37 points being able to be grabbed today. That is nice to see from them. Being a team that we're looking out for, I love to see that one. But if I'm going to be talking about a team that has impressed me so far, it's going to be URUS Esports. I like the way they actually did jump up the top of the leaderboards. Maybe they did not go up too far, especially from yesterday, but still, 11th on the leaderboards, able to get themselves 98 points on board. I'm glad and I'm happy to see that.
Yeah, gotta agree with you on that one. Urus doing some really good work here. I mean, Blackjack also keeping it nice and consistent, sitting there on their 97. I mean, the only thing separating Urus and Blackjack is one elimination. That's it. That one elimination that Titan could have used to get themselves over into 200. But either which way, it is what it is. But of course, they are doing so much work here today. Just cranking themselves up into that 13th place with a grand total of 88 points. And you got to commend Raad for all the effort that they've brought through. I mean, it was a struggle, but a well-deserved performance that they had.
Yeah, 2 days, and they were able to push themselves all the way from the third page up onto the second page. That is nice to see from Radi Sports. And let's not even start talking about how well they played today. 29 points that they were able to gather today. That is actually wonderful to see. They came so close to breaching into that top 12 and having to double their points out there on Vikendi, but unfortunately, they were not quite able to do that. I would also talk about the World of Battle inching close today, but unfortunately, it wasn't enough. But let's take a look at that final page and see what this last 4 teams would be.
Well, it is going to be Timeout just holding on here. I mean, Timeout sitting on the exact same amount of points as the Mind Weapon, right? Both teams sitting on 77 points apiece. I mean, Smash only 10 points behind that. But you got to say that Mo Esports, they've stepped it up today. Sure, they haven't had the craziest run, but they've stepped it up, right? We saw that insane nade over on Sanhok, which was absolutely amazing. I want to see more of that come through from Mo Esports. But this was also only the first stage, right? The first phase, rather. So the teams now know what is to be expected, what the level of play is that they need to try and meet up towards moving into that second phase. But also coming into the second phase, the whole group setup is going to change.
Yep, that group setup is going to change, which actually does buttress my next points because I was looking at that final page and I'm seeing Vampires on there. We watched this phase and we know that Vampires lost a whole load of points going into those early engagements that they would find themselves in. Over in Miramar, over in Erangel, they had a couple also in Sanhok. So I feel like if they're able to mitigate that, do a little bit of research on this next day before the next phase, they might just be able to accommodate, that loss of points.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's a lot of there's a bit of homework that needs to be done, right? The teams need to go out there, do their VOD reviews in preparation for this phase 2, and I'm curious to see just what changes these teams are going to be bringing to their approach, right? Are they going to change up their initial play? You know, maybe play for a little bit more of that late game instead of taking on these early game altercations. Because if we see a team like Mo Esports, for instance, changing it up from that early game aggression to a more reserved play in the early stages, we could see them bringing a much stronger pacing into those later phases and potentially securing a lot more placement points as well.
Yeah, exactly. And that is something that Mo Esports really needs to do in particular. Timeout Esports, also another team that we kind of saw them nearing a very good performance coming through day 3. But from yesterday and today, they just seem to be on that steady decline, and they did drop a whole lot of points on that leaderboard. So I'm looking forward to seeing Timeout Esports also do something good heading into this next phase.
Well, I mean, what else is there for us to say, right? I mean, everything has been discussed, well, kind of, to a point. But the only thing we have to do now is, of course, get ourselves ready for that phase 2. The teams need to go out there, get their work done. But well done to the performances that we've seen so far. We've seen some pretty insane plays, of course. As we know, IC was also an absolute insane monster stepping out there for Triple Esports. So well done to all the teams. We look forward to seeing what you will bring into phase number 2. And of course, we look forward to seeing all our viewers back again as we continue with the action back on Tuesday. So join us for everything. Same time, same place, even more PUBG Mobile action. Until then, stay fresh, stay frosty. See you all later.
Your order is here.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
Go, go, go!